All right, let's go. I feel good. I have been looking forward to this since last week. We haven't had a whole lot of conversations since last week. So first of all, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm equally excited about this. I look forward to, last time we had a little bit going into it where I'm excited about the collaboration piece of this today.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I'm throwing this at you. One of the things that I just popped into my head as I walked away for some water was we kind of overlap
Hmm.
on a team. When you're doing development, these are some takeaways from last week. When you're doing development, I think a good team has a nice overlap. They are able to fill in that Venn diagram of things. And what I just drew here is like I'm gonna grab the blue. No, I'm gonna grab the red. I'm gonna grab the
All
red,
right.
and I'm gonna draw a box around like here's where my expertise lies.
Yep.
This is where my strengths are, and I'm gonna have you draw a box. Like I think there's a nice little overlap. The stuff that you were doing last week, I could fumble my way through it,
Yep.
but I'm not. Yeah,
Let's see
that's
here. Making a box.
up here at the top. There's a box button.
All right.
You can just grab one of those squares. On the left, there's going to be like colors that you can pick.
Yeah, here we go. I'm about there.
That's what I was guessing, right? Like there's this nice little overlap. Just like set the stage. We're going to try to cover end to end,
Hmm.
right? Stack. We want to cover it. We want to make it so that you can, yeah, go and use these things. So when we're talking about this stuff, when we're developing, last week the stuff that we made, we put into GitHub. We had two repositories last week. I put my stuff into a backend repository here. You put your stuff here. And then what I did is I just made another repository that says, hey, you want to get caught up with what we did last week? Here's how you get started. So the infrastructure side, the back end of the back end, everything was just Docker. You can take Docker and you can stand up Ollama, and I made it so that it'll pull in the same LLM that we were using. So if you want to get caught up, if you want to play with what we did last week, this is what you do. Today, today is a little bit different. One of the questions that we had last week, actually, we should probably show where we are.
That's a good. That's a good call.
And I didn't plan on that, but it's probably a good idea. I'll describe. Last week we just wanted to show like, hey, we're gonna have a conversation with an LLM, a chat bot, but no bot, no nothing. Just talk to an LLM and get it to remember who we are. So we added a little in memory conversation configuration so that it could remember in a given yeah in memory whatever's in there, it'll remember it, and you can use that as part of the conversation. But one of the I think it was the first or second question was like, hey, could I make this available to multiple users and let multiple users use this? And of course, right, we have chat gpt, right, where hey, I've got a login over here and I've got some conversations, and I think that's where we should go. But let me see if I can pull it up. So yeah, I'm going to spend a little time trying to find it.
If you want to use my ingrok tunnel, I have
Do you have it up and
wnulls.ingrok.io up.
running?
I do.
Oh yeah, let's uh, https wknowles grok.io.
Yep.
Oh, this is amazing. Do you have the backend up running as well?
I don't.
Okay, so you're so let me go and see fun stack. Wait, where did I put it?
The tunnel. Oh, because the backend's not running.
Yep, I will get that. Where did I put it?
Mm,
Maybe I put it onto another machine. Hold on,
you did have a few machines last week.
I did. So let's see if I can find it. Fun stack of the week. There we go. I have it on this machine. Let's go into S1E2. I updated. So what I did, I made a change in the repository here.
Hmm.
I changed it from looking for deshaun.ngrok.io to just localhost 8080.
Hmm.
So when you go and grab this repository, it's going to be set, but you probably didn't pull down that last change.
I have not.
So here, I'm still going to do this S1E1 backend. And I set up my history pipe grep ngrok. Oh, I gotta find out my ngrok command. History pipe grep ngrok. Here we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted either. Please hold.
I also think there might be an error on my end.
I'll show you. I did some things, and I'll ask. I
There we go.
tried to pull in the front end and the back end into a single repository. This is what I was thinking. I thought that maybe having the back end and the front end as two different projects is maybe more than what we need for this, or at least two different repositories, maybe more than we need. So what I went ahead and did without asking was I stood up, I said, hey, let's do it in one repository this week. Let's just put all of our code here in one repository so that it's easier for our audience. And I'm going to ask this question to the audience. For you, those of you that are watching, you're hanging out. My mom and dad are always watching the show, and they always like to see where people are joining from. And also, this is informal. We don't have a timeline. We don't really have an agenda. We kind of got some ideas, but we haven't talked about this or done a run through here. If you've got questions, ask. When you come to my house for dinner, if you leave hungry, that's your fault. If you're here in the live stream and you've got questions, the conversation last week was amazing. You got questions, ask. Don't leave this stream hungry. Yeah, we're gonna do stuff. So come on. So here is this. You can go and pull that down. You can get started. We can all play. Pull requests are welcome if you want to play along. I'm going to stand up my ngrok. We're going to show you what we've got from last week. If I can just find it's ngrok http dash, where's the host? I have my domains here. Dash URL equals deshaun.ngrok.io 8080, right? Fantastic. So now let me just go and stand it up, and we should be in good shape.
Yeah, I noticed on the front end you did change it to localhost 8080. Should I now update it?
Yeah, you can change it to Deshaun. I'll stand up the back end, or you could download. The Ollama download takes a long time. If you remember last week,
it was rather large.
Yeah, I crashed my computer at one point because I tried to pull on a 45 gigabyte library or LLM. So I'm just going over to another machine. Fun, stack of the week, S1E1, backend, and I'm just going to run mbnw spring boot run. So the backend is now running. I believe that the port is working. So let's pull up your screen and let's show everybody what we're doing.
All right. So here
You've
is
got to just at the bottom do the present.
Oh yeah, I always forget. Let's see here. Move this so we don't create some inception. And present. Share screen.
This is the easy stuff.
Yeah.
And of my peers, I am by far the least professional live streamer, and I've done a few more hours of live streaming than you have. So Let me just set expectations. We're here to learn. We're here to engage. You've got questions. Look at this. Like this is what it's worth. Like hello from Madrid. Like let's have fun. I'm glad that you're here. We're both glad you're here. So here's what we've got. We've got a LLM standing up in the back end using Ollama. You can do this too, and we can talk to it. Now I can't see your screen all the way up there, but I trust
you can't see it all the way up there.
Remember, I got my little screen up here, but I can do the same, right? I can run.
Okay. So we need to figure out why that's not coming through now.
What happened?
Well, I'm getting an error on my end, but then it didn't. Let's see. Let's just ask it a question. You tell me live streamer joke. See if that. Yeah, it's not coming through.
Yeah, I don't see the connection. I don't see it coming back here. I don't see the connection on the back end.
And it's dashaun.ngrok.io.
Yes, DASHAUN.
That's what I have.
So we start off the show. Sometimes we're going to show you a demo. Sometimes
we're going to teach you about troubleshooting.
I think both are equally valuable.
Right.
I actually learn a lot from troubleshooting.
So let's review what we got going on here.
Yeah, last time we looked at the developer tools, like are the signals connected. Here's what I can do. I can go to dashaun.ngrok.io and I can see the white label error page. So I saw that request coming through, so I know that it's up on that endpoint. Did you use HTTPS?
I did not.
There, that might be it.
Okay.
Because ngrok does make it there. So there's the back end. That's what we like to see, I guess.
Can you tell me a joke about dogs?
I see the request that came in. Oh, it said 404.
Well,
I got a 404. I got a 405.
Well, it worked on my end.
Yeah, we're good. Right on. The 404 was for the fave icon.
Okay.
So we need to remember that. We got to have a fave icon.
Yeah, we do. And then just to check where we were last week, I'm going to say my name is Will. Okay, still giving me the same thing. That's weird.
What did I say?
Well, it's gave me the joke again.
Interesting.
What is my name? Just gave me the joke again. All right.
That is interesting. I see that the calls are coming through.
I'm going to check out my console's telling me. The page at was loaded over it, but requested. That could also be the problem. No, it is HTTPS. Yeah, it's returning. Each time it's returning. Let me check the network panel. Let me just refresh. My name is... And it's still giving me that.
That is
fascinating.
Interesting.
Okay. If I go to... It's fascinating.
Oh, you know what?
What?
Here, we're doing a get. You're not sending the question. You're doing the get, and the get is always returning. If you don't send it any information, it's always going to return a joke about live streamers.
That's correct.
So we had changed it. We made a post, didn't we?
I don't think so, but maybe we'll try it. So the question, because we have the endpoint question get.
Yep.
We do. You're saying that's a post?
Yeah, we had both. We had both endpoints. So here's what I'm going to do. Can we share more than one screen?
Be fun.
Let's try. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Let's try. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave that one running over on the other machine. Okay. I'm going to go and pull down the back end on this machine, and we'll take a look at the code.
Okay.
And for those of you that are watching, you can do the same thing. So this is fun. So CD fun. I like to make my things. I'm going to do a make dir for stack of the week. And I'm going to go in there to stack of the week. And I'm going to say GitHub repo clone stack of the week / S1E1 backend. All right, so now I've got that backend, and I'm going to pull this over here. And I'm going to share my screen as well. Oh, I guess we can't share
Not at the
more
same
than one
time.
screen. That's okay. So let's go to S1E1. We'll figure that out for later on. Let's open this up and let's just show.
One of the things I tested was just to make sure that the query param was coming through, and it is.
So I don't necessarily see the query param in my little view here.
Okay.
So I see that these are gets. We call the options to make sure it's okay, and then we call the get. So this is the ngrok view. So this is what ngrok sees, and this is my little interface. When I start an ngrok tunnel, that's what I see. So actually, I think I can push this right here. I'll leave it there. But I started up this backend, and let's go into our code. And let's see, in this controller that we made, I made a get mapping for question get, and then the post mapping is just for question. So I'm expecting a request parameter called message. But the thing is, this worked for me locally last night. So
works on my machine.
You heard it here first, right? So let's do this. I'm gonna drop in. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say GitHub repo clone stack of the week S1E1 front end and S1E1 front end, and I'm gonna do npm install. Right, I put these instructions over here. So now we're gonna validate. We're testing in prod is what we're doing.
Yeah,
we're testing in prod. So I put these instructions over here from last week's show. And this is what we were doing. I grabbed the back end. I went to the back end. I didn't do this because I have Ollama running locally. It'll be the same configuration. And I started it. So now I'm doing this. I'm going to go into, whoops, I got to fix that. That's a typo. We want to go into S1E1 front end, commit. So let's show our work. We did the npm install, and now we should do npm run dev run.
Now this is interesting. I just asked it to tell me a joke about cats, and it gave me a different response. So I wonder if the my name is Will thing is not working.
All right, so let's see. So I'm running on localhost 5173. It's going to be looking at localhost 8080, which I don't have it running on this machine. So let me just bring everything up over here. I'm going to go here, shell, new tab, and we're just going to stand up. We're going to work through this. Let's make sure that we're at the same spot. So fun, stack of the week, S1E1 backend. See, we made this too difficult for ourselves. It should be one repository. Git clone run. Here I should just be able to do mvnw spring boot run. Go do the thing. So this will stand up at localhost 8080. It should be able to connect to an Ollama that I have running. I didn't validate that I have Ollama running. I guess I could do that real quick. So on my juice box, Ollama list, I've got it there. So we should be in good shape. So let's go see on my localhost. Localhost 5173 is the front end. Hey, this is good. Hello, my name is Sean. Hello to Sean. That's good. What is my name? All right. So this is the same code. I don't know what's different between, but what we just checked it out. So everybody watching, we just checked it out. Things are okay. This is where we left off last week. We have stood up Ollama. If I do Ollama PS, we'll see that this Llama 2 is actually running, and it'll stay running. When you make a request to Ollama, it pulls it in, but it has a time to live. It'll only pull in that model and let that model run for 5 minutes by default. You can change it. Oh, look at this. We had the Ram. I'm so happy. Ram, I'm glad that you're here. This is awesome. yes, of course, the AI. Thank you, AI. I'm trying to be good. Ram is one of my favorite people in the world. He is a developer advocate for Cloud Foundry, the Cloud Foundry Foundation. I'm a big fan. And oh, another famous person in the audience. I know a guy who has some resources on putting a Vue app in the same repo of a Spring Boot app. You understand how to do that. That's amazing. Dan, yeah, this is going to be fun. That's what we're going to do today. So yeah, stick around. We love your help. Dan,
Yes.
I was thinking about using the front end plugin, the Maven front end plugin, to do it either in the same directory or another directory. We haven't really decided yet. So please stick around. We'd love to hear your thoughts, as Dan is also a expert in Vue, beyond being an expert in Spring, and also a Java champion. Like, he's here. We're lucky to have him in the audience. So that's what we've done. We've got Ollama running in the back end. We made a UI that says, hey, yeah, this is cool, right? We know what ChatGPT looks like. We're just going to try to, do something simple, similar. And that's where we were last week. This is the state of last week. And once we got here, the question was, hey, could we open this up to multiple people, right? ChatGPT's got, it's got me logged in. I don't see anybody else's conversations. Wouldn't it be nice if just locally I could stand up a model and I could maybe open it up so that we could both log in? So this is kind of where we are today. What if we could add some Spring Security OAuth? Just the simplest way. Instead of having to add user passwords, like, let's just get somebody authenticated. We'll do it with GitHub. We'll have to add some stuff to our UI. So we're still going to be doing shadcn and Vue in the UI, but we're just going to try to maybe fine tune how we're collaborating, how we do this, because these are problems that lots of people are dealing with. So let's see what here. Francisco says, can you start the backend on IntelliJ and put a breakpoint in your IDE to see the value? Yes, we could. Would it reach it from? Yes, it would absolutely reach it, because when that request comes in, if I start it in debug mode, yes, it'll absolutely do that. That is a great idea. But what we did instead was we used the ngrok view to see, like, are you even calling my machine? That's valuable. So we'll keep that ngrok tunnel up for this exercise. And because that ngrok tunnel is up, you can also call, right? So what would be nice is if we can figure out what's going on your side.
Agreed.
That's different, so that, yeah, everybody could hit it while we're doing it. But we'll get there. We're in no rush. This is a fun time to be a developer. And Dan's here. He's like, yeah, that's what I do. We're gonna get Dan to help. And here's the other thing. I like to just have live streams on in the back end, like on the other screens. I got other monitors over here. I like to watch Dan's videos. I like to watch Greg Turnquist's videos. I like to watch Josh Long. I like to watch other people doing stuff, but I spend a lot of time on Twitch watching other live coders on their software and game development channel. And I'll just kind of leave it on in the background. And if that's something you've never done, I encourage you to try it. Put it on the screen. You can hear us working through issues, working through problems that you may have dealt with. Maybe you can help, or maybe it's just stuff that, like, you'll hear a little bit and you'll be like, oh yeah, I heard those guys talking about it. And you'll know that you can come back here and, yeah, see what we did. But this is fun. I like what we do. So here's our game plan. We're going to start from where we were last week. We're maybe going to try to put it into one repository. And then let's try to add some Spring Security. We'll authenticate with GitHub and add. So these are the things that we're adding. Let me change the colors of these things. Like, this is green. These are the things that we're adding. Everything else, we have. Oh no, this is the new stuff. This is the greenfield stuff that we're going to add. Does that sound like a game plan for today?
I love it.
So we've set the stage. I think we're ready. So what should we do first? I would like to get our repository going. Let's get things into one repository.
I agree.
So let's do this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to Fun Stack of the Week. And I'm going to grab that repository. You can do the same thing, right? We can both be doing this at the same time. I'm going to say GitHub repo clone stack of the week, S1 episode 2.
Okay.
So now I'm going to go into S1 episode 2, and I'm going to bump this up so everybody can see it nice and clear. And all I'm going to do, I don't want to like do anything fancy. I'm just going to copy all the code from that other repository. I'm just going to copy it over.
Great.
Is that all right? So I'm going to do cp-r //s1. I'm going to make a backend. So we're going to be in one repo, but we'll still have 2 different folders. All right. So I'm going to say, make your backend. And I'm going to ask Dan for his thoughts on this. And I'm going to cp-r // the S1E1 backend star. I want the stuff from there. I want it to go into this backend folder. So everything should be the same. So I've got a Docker compose. Let me look at my tree here. I've got a Docker compose. When I start up Ollama, it will store the model here. And I should probably do this, df-h. Do I have any room? I have room. I don't have a whole lot of room, but I got some room. I might have to do some cleanup while we're here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to first do this, git status. Git status. I'm going to add some stuff. But I want to make sure I'm going to make sure I have my git ignore. So let me cp that // S1E1, the backend, the .git ignore. I don't want the git folder. I just want the git ignore. And you know what else I want? I want the .mvn folder. Oops. And all of its contents. So now, let me make sure that this works. mvnw. Wait, I'm going to stop this one. There's the backend. I'm going to stop that one. And I'm going to start this one. mvmw spring boot run. And it works. Okay. So it stood up. We're good. I'm just not going to start up the Docker Ollama for everybody. But if you want to, you can do the Docker compose up and it'll pull down the library or pull down the LLM and get you going. But I'm just going to run it on my machine because I got to make some room on my disk. So I'm going to do now this git add the backend, git status. I'm adding the ignore, I'm adding the wrapper properties. Here's the compose. I'm adding all the things. And let's make sure that, there's no secrets in there. I'm just going to make sure that cat, source, main, resources, application properties. Yep, there's no secrets in there. We're good. So git commit -n backend from S1E1 and git push. So now I'm gonna let you pull in the front end. I'm not gonna do it. You do it.
All right. All right.
Here we go.
Let's see. Oh, we got Inception.
That's all right.
I guess my method would probably be just to grab the folder from my machine, put it in front end.
Okay. That sounds good, but you want to make sure you don't bring over the git, the .git stuff, right? So yeah, just do it carefully.
Very carefully.
And then if Dan's around, I'll ask, like, Dan, does this sound like a valid approach? I thought about doing the front-end Maven plugin, and we might still do the front-end Maven plugin because it'd be nice to just be able to git clone and then have one command to go and stand everything up. That would be nice.
Okay, and then I guess I need to do it my own git ignore. Why did it not come over?
Can I ask a favor? Can I ask you to, at least for the VS Code manual, can I ask you to bump that up
Yes, my
and increase the
apologies.
font? Yeah, maximize that. I'm an old man, and I got my wrong glasses on. I'm gonna switch glasses. Give me a sec.
All right, I've got my git ignore. I'm going to, for the purposes of this, nuke my node modules folder. Okay. And then if I go to cd frontend, well, I'm just going to go ahead and add it.
I just moved you down to my screen so I can see a little bit better. I'm gonna do this
Okay.
just so I can see even more better. I'm putting us down at the bottom. Ram, I know you're in another time zone. Please tell my mom and dad where you are right now. Where are you joining us from? I'm pretty sure my mom and dad, at least my dad does. I think he knows who you are because we've done enough stuff together. My glasses are not. My glasses don't quite fit the way I need them to. I got to go and get them fixed, especially when I have headphones. The headphones just kind of push on them the right way.
Unable to access.
What happened?
Remote permission denied. I think I need to be added to the season 1, episode 2 repo.
Oh, that's silly. You should be a. Or you were able to create.
I was able to pull it down.
And you could create the S1E1 front end, right? Here.
Yeah.
You are a. Oh, here. Let's change you to owner. Change role. Owner. Change role. We'll do the things. All right. How about now?
Beautiful.
Awesome. All right. Now we're cooking with gas.
I'm excited to see how this is going to work out.
All right. So now we have one directory. And now we should probably validate that we can get it up and running again. I got to make sure that things work. So I'm gonna move up here. I need a better way of seeing your screen.
My screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to come up with another strategy here for seeing your screen, and I think I know what I'll do. So I'm gonna pull up the Twitch stream over here on another screen, on a bigger screen.
Oh, I have to add Docker.
And I'll try to mute it before it gets loud. There we go. And then I'm going to maximize that screen so I can see all of what you're doing. There. Fantastic. All right.
That's what it is.
What are you doing?
I'm adding Docker to my machine.
Oh, awesome. That's a good thing. So now I'll do the same. So you add Docker. I'm going to jump in. I'll show my screen, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to go git pull your changes. Got it. And I'm going to open this up in IDEA. So this is our new episode 2, the remix. It says, hey, Maven build. Yeah, load that. Like, that's good. Project files moved. Okay, that's fine. So on the back end, I already have Ollama set up. So here's what I should do. In this, I should put our quick start, right? So again, documentation is kind of an important part of what we do. So let's make sure we keep our documentation updated. And I'm going to change this to like bash. And we're going to, when you do a git clone, what's the URL? It's stack of the week. This repository, when you do this, boop, right, I'll grab it here. Git clone this, then you should go into S1E2. And the first thing you should do is, let's do the Docker compose up. Oh, look at this. Dan is super smart. You can use AI to write your documentation by giving it your entire repo. Dan, would you mind sharing the link? I know that you have a very cool tool that you've made available. Would you mind sharing that link? Dan made a really cool little tool that you point this AI at your repository and it generates documentation for you, which is amazing. And maybe we should look at that, have it do it for us. I'd like to visit, but also it's kind of got a little buzz. It's brand new and you should check it out. So I want to see if you can share that. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say, hey, go into this one. Then I'm gonna skip this step, but I'm gonna say Docker compose up to start the Ollama. If I do this, -D, it'll run in the background.
When I use -D flag, it's throwing an error. It says it doesn't recognize it.
The Docker compose up?
Yep.
Okay, what if you take off the -D flag?
That's what I'm gonna try now. Compose.
Does it work?
Did I spell it wrong?
Here, good. Let me do this, shift, zoom. Let me bump up my screen. I was saying, hey, could you please bump up your screen? Let me do the same. Let me return the favor. How's that? I like to do this over here when we're streaming. So we can cover up all this stuff. I don't need that.
I just added Docker and it's saying Docker compose is not a Docker command.
Okay, so
do I need to do any sort of
Docker
initialization?
compose is a different thing than Docker.
Got it.
So you'll have to look for how do we install Docker compose. Are you on a Mac?
I am.
Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say look for Docker desktop.
Okay.
Docker desktop gives you both, and it gives you a nice UI. That is a better way. So see if you can I think you can homebrew or brew install Docker desktop. I think that's how I did it. Brew install Docker desktop. That's what I'm running here. Does this? Yes. App. Yes. So this is going to give you the Docker desktop. If you brew install cask Docker,
got it. You
should get Docker desktop. So for those that are new, again, I'm going to point here. There's a lot of things, right? When we say full stack, right? When you hear full stack, there's a broad spectrum. And this is kind of, I fit over here on this side more. And yeah, Will's over here. So we're going to cover, we want to share all the things. We understand that, yeah, these are things that you're going to run into. And sometimes it's nice. You don't have to know back to front, but if you can know just enough to understand the conversation of what's going on, that's what I'm trying to do, right? Dan's over here. Dan's a Vue expert. Will's a Vue. I would just like to hang out, learn, osmosis a little bit. Let's move everybody together. So when we're asking questions about Docker, ask those questions. Let's make sure that everybody's on the same page. So how's it going? Let's make sure you've got it.
It's still installing.
Oh, okay. I'll keep going. But I think that this is what we need to do. Docker compose up -D. And what that will do on your machine is it will pull in Docker. Let's go ahead and look at that real quick. What I've done is I've changed the entry point here so that when I start up here, what did I do? Oh, I put my entry point.sh. I put that inside of the Ollama image. And I did that because I want you to start up, I want you to start up with Llama 3.2. That's the model that we used last week. So this way, everybody's on the same page. So when you do docker compose up-d, it's going to hopefully run this entry point and pull in Llama 3.2. So you don't have to do any other steps. We'll see. We'll see. We'll try it and we'll do it live, of course. So that's what I think. And when we do the -d, that'll give us back our terminal so we don't have to open up a new terminal. Then I think I can go to cd backend. And what I can do then is /, I'm going to start up the backend, mvnw, spring boot run. So that's going to give me a backend that's going to run. It's going to take over that shell. And if I want to cancel it, I'll do a Control-C. So let me do this. And it's going to say, hey, actually, I'm going to make this into 3 parts. I'm going to do it like this because there's kind of like 3 things here. This starts Ollama on Docker in the background, so you don't have.
So I'm getting an error.
Okay.
And it's also not recognizing the command still. I wonder if I need to uninstall the original version of Docker.
Probably.
Okay.
Dan Vega says, hey, yep, do the cask for the win. Dan also just got a new Mac, the fancy one, the really fancy one. And I know that he's gone through the process of updating and installing all the things that he's going to install. So this is probably top of mind for him. And we have this. Look at this. Jess Pro Tech, JE Software Programming Tech says, there, I just gave you a bunch of hearts. I can't quite read that. In other words, I heard about the OAuth 2 update already. Some of my projects are going to complain about it, I'm sure, but I'm open to, yeah, come on in. This is going to be fun. We're going to learn together. The one thing is, we don't have, this show is not like scheduled for an hour or 2 hours. I'm kind of leaving it open-ended. One thing that I said before the show, I said, I'm going to be comfortable not knowing all the answers. The idea of this show is not to like walk you through. This show is more about, let's learn a little bit about different technologies. Let's learn how to integrate them, and let's learn. That's the main thing. Let's learn. And by not knowing all the answers, by letting you ask questions along the way, I think we're all going to learn more together. Thank you for being here. All right. So I'm back here writing documentation. Hey, you're going to get your shell back. The next step is, hey, cd into, oh, you're already in the, nope, we got a /backend. You're already in the backend, so I'm not going to do that. And we'll do this Maven Spring Run. So here, you will not get your shell back. Use Control-C to stop. You're all running. I saw the sign language. Fantastic. The other thing, so let's go down here, and I'm going to say in another shell, bash, we are going to cd /s, or no, front end, and then we should just do npm install, and npm, was it dev run or run dev?
Run dev.
All right. And then this, will you get your shell back?
I'm going to just try to install Docker Compose, because it's not liking.
I think this is right. Then open HTTP localhost 5173, and you should be good. That's we've connected the dots. 5173, it'll point to the 8080. And I'm going to add this. On port 80. Oh, I'll do this. HTTP localhost 8080. And this HTTP localhost 11434, I think. 11434. Let's see. What port does Ollama run on? I think it's 11434. 11434. All right, so we're good. And I could have seen that from the Docker Compose. There it is. All right, so that's the instructions. So we can get caught up. How's your Docker Compose coming?
Having to add it to the Docker.
Okay. Well, I'll try to go through these steps. That's okay. We're here. We're learning. So I've added a README, and I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to validate that first. So what I'm going to do locally is I'm going to make sure that my steps work. So let's cd to the backend. I'm not going to do the Docker Compose up-d. Actually, I should be able to, but I think it'll try to pull down the model. So how would I short circuit that? I know. Let me look here. I probably did this. I said, hey, we're here. I said, Ollama. That folder is going to be my root Ollama on the image. So what I'm going to do, watch this. I'm going to point an Ollama folder to my .ollama that's on my machine that already has the model running, so I don't have to download it again. How does that sound? So I'm going to do this. This is a trick. Pay attention. I'm going to say ln-s. Wait, am I in the right directory? Inside of Ollama. And this is just me trying to not, let me be fully clear, df-h. I've only got 22 gigabytes left of space on this machine. I know, I'm sorry, I need to do some cleanup, but that doesn't change. I've only got 22 gigs. And last week, I tried to download Llama 3.3, and I almost crashed the stream because it was 45 gigs, and that caused problems. So I'll do more cleanup later, but what I'm going to try to avoid is crashing the stream. So I'm going to not pull down another model. And in order to do that, I'm going to go in here to Ollama, and I'm going to link to my.ollama folder and call it Ollama. So now this Ollama points to my.ollama, which means these .ollamas will match, so that when this image stands up, when it tries to do this, pull Llama 3.2, it already have it. Hopefully. What could possibly go wrong? Let's see. So let's do the Docker compose up-d. Actually, I'm going to do just up so I can see the output. And let's see what it says. Okay, it's pulling the Ollama image. That's okay. That's not too big. Oh, or did I lie? Because we'll see. I'm going to close this. Luckily, I've got a fast computer or a fast network. Not as fast as Dan's, but we'll get there.
I'm now installing Docker the old-fashioned way.
Okay, I get it. Another conversation. Docker's not the only. So when we're talking about this stack, right? Today we're using Docker, but there's tons of other options. There's Rancher Desktop. There's Podman. There's Orb. There's Kubernetes. There's a VM. Like, we want to cover all the things. And yeah, like we have options. So when we're doing this, I'm hoping that we can check some boxes and help cover a lot of these things. We'll learn. We won't just stay in our sweet spot. We'll learn some of these new technologies. All right, so it's going. It looks like we're in good shape. It says it's attaching to that container. I don't see that. I don't see that it pulled anything down. I'm feeling pretty good so far, so that works. We have something that stood up Ollama, but what I'd like to see is if it pulled down the right library. I'd like to see that it pulled down the right LLM. So I'm going to let that happen on your side. We'll see if we can validate that it pulled down the right LLM. So
I've got Compose running.
All right. So did you do the Docker Compose up -D?
I did.
All right. So now here's what I would like you to do. I'm going to switch to your screen. If that's all right, I'll let you get ready. You let me know.
I'm ready.
All right. And let's go make sure that you have pulled down Llama, or is trying to pull down Llama 3.2. Let's see if the entry point that I made does that properly. So here's what we'll do. Oh, it's coming. I wonder if that's the library or the LLM that's pulling.
It's significant. It's only 1.8. Well, maybe this packet is just 1.8 gigs.
Yeah, let me Llama list. So Llama 3.2 is 2 gigs. So that might be that it just pulled down Llama 3.2.
Which is what we want, right?
Yeah, let's find out. That's ideally that's what we're doing, but it might also be pulling it down now and we're just not seeing the log.
Yeah.
So that's running in the background. It'll return the shell because we're saying -D, we're saying run it in the background. It'll return access to the shell when it's done. Oh, look at this. Hello. Welcome. We're glad that you're here. But when you drop in and say hello, tell us where you're joining from because my mom and dad are watching and they like to see where everybody's joining from. Thank you. We're glad you're here. Today, we're adding on from last week. We're making sure that you can go and do the things. We're expanding. We're showing a little bit more of the Docker side. It looks like it's running. And because it took a little bit of startup, I think it'll work. So here's what we should do. Do Docker PS. Because
just PS?
Yeah, Docker space PS. And is one of those columns say name?
Names, Ollama.
Ollama. So let's do Docker. I think it's just Docker exec. Hold on, I'll try to find this command. Docker exec run shell in image. Let's see how to enter into a Docker's container shell. Docker exec -IT, and then the container's name or ID. Docker exec space. Put a space after the exec.
Oh.
And then just -IT.
Oh, I see. It's a flag.
Yeah. And then it's the container's name or ID.
298 and that's it.
And then space. The command that we want to run, we want to do /bin/sh.
/sh. All right, here goes nothing.
And this should give us a shell inside of that image. Fantastic. Now we can do Ollama, right? Because we're in the Ollama shell or in that container. We should have Ollama space list to see which models are there.
Is it actual list or LS?
LIST.
Okay.
Oh. All right, so I need to fix my entry point. Here's what you'll do for now is just Ollama pull Llama 3.2.
Is it at 3.2?
nope, just 3.2.
Okay. There we go. That's 2 gigs.
All right. Okay, so I got to fix that entry point thing. I apologize. I will make an issue. I'll fix it and we'll go from there. But for now, I'm feeling pretty good. For now, this is going to come up, and we'll continue with this. So I didn't do it right. I stopped it. I've got Ollama running on 11434, not through Docker. We'll fix that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to start at the back end. I'm going to make sure I have Ollama list. I do have that here. I'm going to do mdnw spring boot run. I'm back here doing my documentation. I can validate this. I can make sure that I've got, this is my validation, and it'll say Ollama is running. That's your validation. That's your status check. Franco, greetings from Chile. Awesome. Welcome. What are you going to do today? Great question. We're going to pick up from where we left off last week. Last week, we had the stuff in the black. This was our stack. We had Spring Boot, we had Spring AI, we had Ollama. Actually, I should add in green here. I should make this.
Should I run Ollama list again, just to verify?
Docker. Yes. Yes, you should. So
there we go.
Last week, we had a nice little interface that looked like this, that we could talk to an LLM, and we gave it an in-memory conversational history. But if we restart the app, that goes away. That's where we left off last week. The question last week was, what if I want to make this available? Could I make it available to other users and have their users have separate conversations? Again, much like you would on chat. Oh, I'm not showing my screen. I'm going to grab the screen real quick as I try to answer this question. Last week, this is what it looked like. Our chat interface. And we showed it, we built it on the stream, and the question was asked like, hey, what if we want to make this available? We want to have conversation history, but make it available to other users and let multiple people use the same thing, just like you do over here in ChatGPT. So this week, we said, what if we add a little login somehow? And we add some way for each user to have their own conversations. So the stuff in black is what we had last week. We had Spring Boot, Spring AI, Ollama, and we had just a chat window. So this week, what we're going to try to do is have some conversation history, add a little login. We got to have some security there, and we're going to use Redis to store that conversation, and we're adding Docker so that you can have all this stuff running locally. You can get up and go. So that's what we're doing this week. We're adding a little bit, but this is our stack. Spring Security, Spring Boot, Spring AI, Ollama, Vue, and shadcn. So I should put that here. Boop. I'm going to add just a tiny little bit of Vue plus shadcn. Does that work? I hope that gets us, but this is where we're at. This is what we're trying to do. And we're baby steps. We're going to learn along the way. You got questions, bring them. And let's learn together. So far, so good. I'm going to hit this button here, and I'm going to try to change this other screen that I'm working on just a tiny bit so I can see. There we go. All right. I think we're good.
I got a build failure.
You got a build failure on which?
The
MDNW.
Yeah, that execution.
Okay, so fantastic. Let's make sure that everybody's on the same page. Let's do this. Let's hit Control C. I'm going to stop it on my end. And what I want to do is Java space dash version. I think I know what the problem is already. So I've got Java 23 installed. And in the back end, I specifically said, I want this app to be using
I'm using
Java 23.
16.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce everybody to a new tool. So here, the question is, cool, where is stored history chat? What we're going to try to do, right? Last week, yes, we're going to do SDK. What we did last week was we used an in-memory chat so that when we stopped our application, the chat history went away. What we're going to do this week, we're going to store the chat conversation history. We're going to store it, we're going to try to, in Redis. Great question. So Dan says SDK init. Absolutely, this is where I was going to go. We're going to make it easy on ourselves. We're going to go over here and we're going to go to sdkman.io. This is a tool that allows us to switch between a bunch of different tools like Maven, like Java. And I'm going to ask you to trust me on this one. I want you to trust me and just run this command. It's a curl bash, and there could be some third-party, attack on the other end. But for now, I'm just going to ask you to trust me. Look at this. Oh, there's only one Java champion here, and that's Dan. And we're lucky. We're lucky to have him. But Paris, France, I'm glad that you're here. I'm very glad you're here. My mom and dad are going to smile. I know that when they see this. So I'm going to ask you to install SDKman, and I should maybe I'll put that into the docs. Like, hey, we're using Java. I'm going to maybe put like a star here. Did I spell that right? Prerequisites. Is that right? We need Java 23 and Maven and NPM, and that's it. That's it, right? There's nothing else that we need. We should be good with that. Do you agree? So I just put a little section that says, hey, these are our prereqs. I wanted that to be a little bit different.
So what I said in my terminal, it's giving an example of pulling Java 17, but I would do Java 23.00 temp.
Here, I'll tell you exactly what to do.
Okay.
What we're going to do is clear. We're going to say SDK. Actually, I'm going to make it super easy. I'm going to do SDK, or I'm going to do it here, SDK env init. And what that does is it's going to drop in a little file into our project that's called SDKmanRC. And it's going to define the exact version of Java that we want to be sharing together here. So if I do this, git status, I say git add.sdkmanrc, git commit, .sdk add.sdkmanrc to specify or for specific JVM. I'm going to push that, git push. So now if you'll pull that change.
Okay.
And here, I'm gonna put you on screen real quick. So I'll bring this off. Good. If you do SDK list Java. So there's a bunch of different Java versions. You can hit Q to get out of that. And all that you have to do now is just SDK space env space install. Because you have that SDKmanRC file.
Yep.
It's going to pull down everything it needs. So it's going to grab
where did you put the RC file?
It was in the root of S1E2.
Oh, it's in the root.
So when you come into this directory, you can actually set it up so that SDKman will automatically switch to the Node version or the Java version that we want to need. So what we can do is we can codify that we're on the same Java version, that we're on the same Maven version. We're doing Maven with the Maven wrapper, but Node, we can codify that we're on the same node version with SDK-RC. I think that we can do SDK list.
Oh, that's nice. So you can have all of your
Yeah.
release controls on the same file.
And just store it in the repository. So we don't have to do anything. Our CI can read that as well. So that we are guaranteed to have the same versions all the way through to production. I'm a big fan. So I think that SDK has Node as well, or maybe not.
If not, we can make a .nvm.rc.
There you go. So yeah, that we should do these things so that we're all on the same page. So fantastic. This is great. We're cooking with gas. We're not doing anything on the project yet, but this is also a fun thing is when a team is building stuff, a team comes together and they say, this is the way that we like to do things, right? We could put these changes into a wiki and force somebody to go and read a wiki. But one of the things that's going to happen with us doing this is we're going to find the things, the tools that we use, and we're going to find the patterns that we use so we can do things faster. So future shows, we're going to have an SDK-RC. We're going to have the NVM-RC. We're going to have these things in place, and they're going to be set from the beginning so that we can go faster. But again, any new team is going to do these same exercises, but it's a valuable use of time. So now, I think if you do Java space dash version, I think you'll have Java 23.
There we go.
Fantastic. Now your Maven Spring Boot start should work.
Okay, grab that.
Or Spring Boot run. Yeah.
Oh, I need to be in the other directory.
Look at this. We are cooking with gas. So it's downloading all the dependencies. It's just doing like the npm install.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, very similar, but just one less step.
So it seems it's running.
So now it's running. So now the next step is we're going to go into a new terminal. So I'm opening up a new terminal. I'm at the exact same spot locally. And I'm going to go into front end. And I'm going to do npm install first. And it looks like it's working. And then I'm going to do npm, I forget, it's run dev, right?
Yep. Okay, I'm in the front end. I'm also going to do npm
run dev. It's going. Oh, it put it on 5174. Does that mean I had another one running somewhere else? Or is that the right port?
It kind of auto conflicts. So
okay, it figured it out.
Yeah.
So I open up my localhost 50, and it looks like there's our app. Let's see. I'm going to test if it's working. And while I do that, I'm going to bring up. Actually, we're looking at yours. I'll bring up my screen and I'll show my test first.
Okay.
So when I did it, I started up the back end. I started up the front end. I just said npm run dev here, and it gave me 5174. And then this came up. So, hello, my name is Sean. Fingers crossed. Why? Oh boy. Why did the cat join a band?
So this is the same issue we just had. Going back to the AI maybe already knowing us. It doesn't like the name.
What happened? What happened? Now this is the fun stuff. What's different?
If you ask it to tell a joke, it will give you a new response. I think it's the hello, my name is Deshaun. That's
same. Okay, all right. This is cool. Here's the thing. I have it running on 5173. This one still. Is that the problem that I have two different instances?
if it's still running on 5173, that would be why it went to 5174.
Yeah. Let's see. Are you still there? Is this running? I don't know if I have that one, that instance running still. No, I don't. So that one, oh, yeah, that was kind of weird.
That is weird.
So did we hard code a user message? We put a default user message in, but the default, it had nothing to do with a cat and a band. It had nothing. Oh, the joke was, let's go look. So here's where we are in the back end. I think I'm still showing my screen. In the back end, our application, our controller, we had a couple of endpoints. We said, hey, there's a question get that had a default message of, can you please tell me a joke about people that do live streams? But that was on the get. We also had the post where we just said, post your question here, but it also had a default with the same question. So we're seeing a little bit different. Daniel Baptista from Portugal, thank you so much for telling us where you're joining from, and thanks for being here. And yes, absolutely. SDK Man is a very cool tool. I highly recommend it, especially now that we get new Java versions every 6 months. But all of the other tools, it's not just for Java. There's tons of other tools available inside of SDK Man. So yeah, take it for a spin. So we ran into this. This is where yeah, you make the big bucks, is understanding the differences. So what I'm going to do, here's my cheat code. I want to see what's the difference. Let's go where I did this. I had S1E1 front end. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do CP -r star. I'm going to copy this version to S1E2 front end. So I'm going to take all the stuff that was in this one that was working locally on my side, and I'm going to copy it over. And okay. I'm going to see, is there any diffs?
I think it's related to the AI, because I'm over here asking it to tell me different jokes, and it's giving me different responses.
Okay, let's keep going here. Let's see. I'm going to go to /s1e2 front end get status. So I've got some changes here. I have a different package JSON. I have a different package JSON lock. I know what this diff is, right? Get diff source components chat. This is the localhost piece, right?
Oh, I wonder.
Right, so that's that URL. That's good. Oh, yeah. Are you pointing to localhost?
That's what I'm wondering.
So
let's see.
So here's what I'm going to do. I've just grabbed the one that was working earlier. Oh, I forgot to answer this question. Yes. Like, hey, have you seen Valky? I have seen Valky. Valky is like Redis. It is like Redis, but it is not Redis. It's similar, but it's not the same.
So I need to be at localhost 8080.
So I did this. I'm going to do a diff here. Oh, it said re-optimizing dependencies and server restarted. Let's just see if it works now. Let's go here. I think
I made a change on that to alias another full directory. So that would be why the config has changed.
My name is now Frank. Please call me. I'll do it like this. My name is Frank. Please call me Frank. No. Yes? Do you know my name? No. Okay, well, this is interesting. What we expected was our backend, our Ollama. We had, well, let me just verify again. I had the same code. There's nothing else. The conversation should be in history because our configuration up here, what we did, we fixed the cores, which we don't need to anymore, but we added this message chat memory advisor. This is putting our conversation in history. So we think that we've done the right things. Can you tell me a joke? Or yeah, this should work, right? Yeah, why? Okay, that works. Do you know anything about Docker? Cool. My name is, I just want to see if there's a memory. My name is Sean. Okay, this is interesting. Why is it doing that? And it's very possible. Did we uncover a bug? I don't know. But this is an interesting piece. What happened here? Let's diagnose. Let's see in here. Are we using like, I'm going to open up developer tools. And I'm going to do this same thing. This is me diagnosing from my side, but very shortly I'm going to turn over the keys and I'm going to have you do it. My name is Deshaun. Okay, so we did the pre-flight check and then we sent, so we called the get endpoint and passing in the URL encoded message. And the response was this. So this is coming from the back end. So yeah, there's definitely something wrong on the back end with what we're doing. And maybe it's that I have multiple front ends talking. Oh boy. Icon says, man, how did I get a promotion and demotion in less than 2 days?
Sorry to hear that.
That's not great. That's not great. Yeah, I guess the order doesn't matter on that. I go, well, I'm sorry. That's a mess. Yeah, that's a mess. At least you can laugh about it. But hang out with us. Hang out with us for a little while. Take your mind off of that, and we'll figure it out. Like, we got options. Gave me a new project. Oh, then killed the project. Oof. No good. I mean, that happens. It's that time of year where big changes are made. Everybody's making plans for what they're going to do in 25. How are we going to change the world? Like, I get it. It happens. Here's what I'm going to do to try to, for myself. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Yeah, you were talking to my Ollama, and maybe I've done something interesting. Daniel says, I loved the last episode. I'm trying to build a Spring Boot, Spring AI Vaadin app, and I'm looking forward to this series to learn more. Yes, I'm glad that you say that. Vaadin is another front end that does a lot of this stuff, but it's Java centric. But we can do a lot of these same things. So as we go forward, we'll have different things that we write, and we'll use, I guarantee it, on this show, we'll use Vaadin at some point. And yeah, so do stick around. Thank you for the feedback. I really appreciate that. And Todd is here. I got to do this. Todd says Q4 is usually chaos. They don't know what they're missing out on. Sorry to see that, Icon. I'm going to do this over here. I'm going to do a shout out to Icon because he's a good streamer and I'm a big fan. So I'm going to do that first. And then I'm going to queue up a shout out for Todd Libby. Todd Libby, I'm also a big fan. He's also a streamer on Twitch, and he does accessibility. So he's going to be here, and if we're doing things that are like bad and bad for accessibility, he's going to be there. So we got to watch our step because I like that. I would like to make things accessible. And there's one other piece here. One of the things which probably wasn't done for the reasons that I'm going to go to here, But Spring AI has incorporated this multi-modality so that we can do speech to text and text to speech. Those types of functionality, again, I'm certain it wasn't done for accessibility first, but now that it's there, like what a great way to leverage some of this, right? We can now put in some really valuable, like, hey, some of the things we take for granted. We have options for text to speech, speech to text, and more. So I'm excited about that. And I'm excited that Todd's here. He is an expert in that space. So yeah, Icon says, thank you. And then let's do that shout out for Todd, because that's, oh, I gotta wait 30 more seconds to do a shout out for Todd. So we'll do that. But yes, thank you both for being here. I'm going to stop my Ollama and see if I've done something wrong. So on my screen, I'm going to say, hey, let's stop this. I'm going to hit Control C to stop the front end. I'm going to hit Control C to stop the back end. And the issues that we were having before is when we set up ngrok and you were connected to my Ollama. So that's probably where it is. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to hit Quit Ollama. And hopefully that fixes things. Let's make sure that I don't have like a mismatch. I'm going to do this, Docker PS. I don't have Ollama running on any ports there. If I do Ollama list, it might show me my models because they're stored on my disk, but it also might not connect. That would be better. Could not connect. So Ollama's not running. So we did stop it. This is good. So now let's go and, Ollama's back up. So let's see, Ollama list. They're there. This is good. Let's see if we get different results. We just stopped everything and restarted it, which is turn it off and turn it back on again. Everybody knows that rule. So let's go here. Ollama's up. So I'm going to start the back end. That should connect to Ollama. I'm going to start the front end. That should give me a different port. Let's go to that front end. And let's do it on screen so everybody can see. And this is the new one. So I'll close that one. We can close SDK man. We can close, we can validate Ollama's, yep, up and running. But I'm gonna close some of these as we figure our way. And let's say, hello, my name is Sean. Boop. It loaded the model into memory and hopefully it responds.
This is what I'm having an issue with too.
This is what you're seeing?
Yep.
Okay.
I added a fail response so that it says, I'm sorry, I cannot provide a response if it errors out like that.
Fantastic. That's good. Let's see. Was there any errors? No errors were shown. That's Ollama PS. So it loaded the model. We just didn't get a response back.
Look at your network tab. I'm getting an error within my Java backend instance. Okay. And I'm curious if that's also happening for you.
I did not get an error here.
What happened?
Okay. I'm going to do, there's that shout out for Todd. Todd says, like always, LA first at the concept of the project. Like do that. Then you don't have to go back and go through the project again. Like great idea. So let's try to keep that in mind, right? That's just less developer. That's just a smart move. Like you know you're going that direction. Just do it from the beginning. Daniel asks, are you planning to cover advanced topics like role-based authentication or retrieval augmented generation? Yes. Yeah, we will. Those are great topics. So we'll take a note. And as long as you keep coming, you show up, we'll keep on delivering. We'll do these things. But yeah, great question. And in the chat, I don't know if he's there, but in the chat, we've also got other experts. That's the cool thing. When you've got questions, just ask them in the chat, because even if we don't get to it between me and Will, you have other people that are in the chat and they are, like I said, experts, and they're happy to help when you've got questions. So thank you. Let's do it in the background. Let's let's go back. I tried to do let's do this. I'm going to hit my tools. And I'm gonna ask, hello, my name is Sean. One more time, one more again. It sends it. It grabs it, but I did not get a response. Usually that means it couldn't put the response into the format that it wanted. But I still got no error here. What's we're just gonna have to fix it. This is not great. That what we have is MVP. We're gonna have to fix it. We're gonna have to make it a little bit better. So I'm gonna restart this again. I'm gonna restart my backend. Things are up. Of course, Todd. You always get a shout out. And right, I made you a moderator, didn't I? If I didn't, I think I don't remember how to, but you should definitely be. Let me do that. I'm going to try to figure out how to make Todd a moderator. I think it's just mod. I don't remember. Or maybe one of my other moderators, Icon. Maybe Icon will help me hit that button. I don't remember how to do it though. I think if I just do mod, grant moderator status. Yes, Todd Libby, because you are amazing. Oh yeah, yes, Icon, you are a moderator, and now so is Todd Libby. Because I trust you. I trust you. You are both experts, and it takes a team. You have to have a team of people around you in order to move things forward. So yes, Icon, you have been a mod for a while, and now Todd is as well. So we're here. I restarted it. Let's try it again, and if not, we'll figure it out. But what we want is we're sending this message. I think that we're getting the right message. You know what we should do? I should make sure that I'm parsing that the right way. But here's our message. And maybe it's the URL formatting of the message that's causing something.
That's what I'm wondering on my end.
Let's try this. Let's go here again. Load all the stuff. Hello, my name is Sean. Hello to Sean. This is a good step. What is my name? Okay. So there's some timing things. What we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to figure out some retry logic, something in order to make sure that things are working. But we're at a good state. This is where we feel like, hey, there's some crossed wires, and that's expected. But let's try now to move forward. How does that sound? Let's try now to add some things.
Let's do it.
We'll figure out the memory piece might be causing the problems. So let's figure out that. We'll try to do let's store it into a vector store and we'll go. So I'm now going to do a couple of things. I think I'm going to stop sharing, or I'm going to ask you for your screen maybe.
Okay.
Invalid character found in method name. Method names must be tokens. We'll figure that out. So I thank you for sharing that error. Here's what we're going to do. You add your screen.
Okay.
I'll back off. We're an hour and a half in. That's fine. I think we've learned a lot. We got a nice little group here. Let's keep going. Let's do some things. I think the first thing that we want to do, and this is just me, I'll ask. I'm going to bring you up on screen. What I think I'd like to do is tackle the authentication first.
Okay.
And again, from memory, what we can do is we can authenticate with GitHub, and here's where it gets interesting. Right now, we're on 2 different ports. Is that okay? because it's localhost. We'll see. Let's see. What would be better would be to, how should we do this? I'm trying to think of like the easiest way to make it so that when we authenticate, we're authenticated in both the front end,
And the back
right?
end.
That context and the back end. And I mentioned this before. What I've done in the past is I've taken a Spring Cloud Gateway and I made Spring Cloud Gateway the kind of like front layer that handles all of that for me. It'll handle the routing, and it'll handle like, oh, you're unauthenticated. Let me go authenticate you, bring it back. So then the context is at that Spring Security layer or the Spring Cloud Gateway layer, and the session is there, and then that session can be shared and passed through. That's the way I've done it in the past. What do you think?
I defer to you as it relates to Spring Security.
Let's ask this. If you were going to authenticate with GitHub, what would you do? What's your default path?
Well, I would probably store that in the backend. So, and then, make sure that everything, like nothing works unless it's been authenticated.
Okay.
I don't know if I would use like a JOT token, or I don't know what the data shape that's being returned from GitHub is.
That is all good questions. And what I would like to do is I'm going to try to not overcomplicate it.
Okay.
I'm going to try to keep it as easy of a solution as possible. The box that I would like to check is you can't access the LLM unless you're logged in.
I like that.
That's the first thing. So we don't have to worry about getting user information. Let's just, first step, let's just say you can't log in. You can't see the chatbot unless you're logged in. How does that sound?
I like that.
If I do that, let's see. So maybe I do that. Maybe I do that part first. But how do I share it? I'm going to try. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna try to add some security to this app, and then we'll see what happens. Let's just see.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm gonna grab the screen again.
Go for it.
I promise you're gonna have a bunch of work. And actually, let me say this. While I'm working on this, maybe let's see if we can bring in a user. They have a avatar like GitHub. If I go to github.com, there is a way, I don't know off the top of my head, there's a way to pull in the avatar, and it's going to give us a URL to the avatar. So here's what, while I'm working on bringing in the Spring Security piece, you can work on, if I'm authenticated, putting a spot for this avatar URL here.
Okay. That should be easy. shadcn has an avatar component. Perfect.
So you'll work on that. I'm going to go here and I'm going to try something and see how this might work. Yeah, I'm going to try something. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to, first of all, just protect the backend. First things first. So I'm going to protect the backend. And in order to do that, I'll actually show you like where I go. Like I don't know these things off the top of my head. I look for Spring Boot social login GitHub. There's a tutorial. It's a Spring Boot tutorial that I've got forked because I'm trying to upgrade it. It's this one. And it's got like, hey, this very simple basic static app with a home page and an unconditional login. Like you have to log in. So I'm just using this as a reference. I know there's only 2 properties that I need. So here, blah, we're going to skip that part. We've already got some front end stuff, and I'm going to make this work. So all that we're going to do is we're going to add this dependency because we're using Spring Boot and we're on a release train. This dependency, so I'm going to stop my backend. This dependency is just going to get added to my POM. I'm going to bring it in here. This says, hey, there's an issue here. We'll remember that. And I'm going to put it right up top. Security first, right? So now I've added this dependency. I think it's still called the same thing. So let's just refresh. This is just saying, hey, can you pull on that dependency? And let me go see what that did. Let me go see what that did. If I do this Spring Boot run again, stand it up with this new dependency, I've made changes. Spring Boot auto configures things. So with that, I think localhost 8080 might behave different. It's asking me to log in. I got that just by adding a dependency. But here's the thing. I don't want that login. I want a GitHub login. I want it to redirect me to GitHub. So let's jump back here. I think that all I need to do is add a new GitHub app. We're going to create a new one for today because I think there's value here in showing what that looks like. So let's do this. Oh, you know what? I think I already have one. Let's go to, oh, I was already in GitHub. No, github.com. And you can follow along. I'm going to go over here to my user and I'm going to go to settings. I'm going to try to not show anything crazy, but I'm going to go to developer settings. And I think this is where I want to go. I want to go to OAuth apps. And I'm going to make this name. And this is stack of the week S1E2. And the homepage is HTTP localhost 8080. I think that'll work. Yeah, copy paste. That's the same thing. Authorization callback URL. This is going to be, I don't remember it. I'm just kidding. The redirect callback URL. So indicate the authorization callback URL. It is this. Okay. So this is going to work. We're making an OAuth app. So we're going to authenticate against GitHub. But when GitHub authenticates us, it needs to call us. It says, I'm going to send you that authenticated user information to this URL. It's all happening in the browser. We're getting redirected. Hey, you're not authenticated. Go over to GitHub, authenticate, and then GitHub calls back and it'll go to this page. And then our setup should work. So I'm going to register this application. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share, like these are secrets, but that's okay. I'm going to put this client ID. Again, I've got this nice property here. I'm going to do the exact same thing. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to use YAML. I'm going to use properties. So I'm going to just copy this first. And I'm going to go over here. I already have some application properties because I get that by default. And I'm going to do this. And I think, oh no, I'm just going to do it the hard way. Spring.security.auth2 client.registration, is that right? Client, yeah, registration .github .client ID equals. So one thing you'll notice is this is the old client ID. That this is an old tutorial. I would like to upgrade it, but just Spring is open source. Things like this are open source. This tutorial is open source. So what do I do as a good open source custodian, as a good member of the community? I go to github.com, just covering, so my friends know. And I think I put it in here. I've got that tutorial forked and I'm upgrading it. So just like, please don't hate me. I'm actively, look at 5 days ago, I'm actively working on upgrading this tutorial. But first things first, like this is the most important thing right now. So sorry about that sidetrack. We're going to go here, client ID, and we just made a client ID. We're going to copy that client ID and we're going to put it here. Done. Okay, this isn't, we shouldn't be putting secrets out in the place, but we'll use it here. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong, right? And then we'll do another one, another line for Spring. Spring.security.oauth2.client.registration.github.client-secret. So now we're going to go get the secret. Now, I'm going to generate this secret. And I'm going to just do it on the screen because we're going to do this. We're going to copy it. We're going to paste it there. It's fine. I'll regenerate it later. I'll delete that app. It'll be okay. Nobody will think that they're authenticating into something else. And we're in control of that. So at the end of this stream, note to self, we're going to go and delete this GitHub app. But for now, live stream, for now, go ahead and use these values. So here we are. I've put in a client ID and a client secret. And I think that's all that I need to do in order to be redirected to GitHub to authenticate. What do you think? Let's try it in GitW. Spring boot run. All we've done is we've added a Spring Security and we've added an ID and a secret. And we also showed how to create a new app, like so that you authenticate. So when we're doing this, it's going to authenticate against this app. So each one of these apps have their own client ID and secret. And that's kind of how we're saying, oh yeah, we trust you. You can trust this app, because when you are redirected, you're going to be redirected to a page that says, hey, here's what you're doing. So let's see. We're here. Let's do our little test. I'm going to close this. And let's go to 8080/ and let's see what happens. I'm hoping that I get redirected. And look at that. So now all I've done is added a Spring Security OAuth and a client ID and secret. And I've said, I want that to handle my authentication. So I get redirected over here and it's saying, hey, do you want to authorize this stack of the week? Are you sure? And hey, it's owned by Deshaun, so you can point a finger, but I've put that secret and client ID out there on the stream. So don't trust it. Don't trust this one. You shouldn't trust it. It's an awful idea. We're going to delete this app later because we don't want somebody to come in and think that they're giving their information to us, right? So we'll delete it. Note to self. Please, somebody in the chat, remind us to delete this app at the end of the stream so that nobody gets hurt. But for now, I'm going to say, yeah, I'm good. It redirects me back. It went to that URL, right? It went to this URL. And it said, oh yeah, I came from localhost 8080/ to authenticate, and I'm just giving you back. Yeah, Deshaun's cool. Deshaun's authenticated. Here you go. And then Spring Boot automatically redirected me to where I was trying to go, to that slash. This is good. So now our authentication is placed. But now what? Now it would be nice to be able to bring in the front end so that I'm just looking at the back end, and I've authenticated the back end. So I think I said that a lot. I didn't mean to say that out loud. I think what I can do is I think that I can pull in the front end code. I think I can pull it in to my Spring Boot app. And this is where Dan, I wish Dan was here. Francisco says, that has been super awesome. I liked how easy it was to secure apps. Yeah. Yes. Right? Thank you, Spring Security team. That was pretty easy. And hopefully you got value in that, and you'll come back and you'll reference like, hey, this is how easy it is to secure your app with a trusted, provider like GitHub. We could have done the same thing with Google similarly, but I think more of us are using GitHub collectively than have, Google. So we chose GitHub. And it's GitHub's fun. That's what we're doing. We're going to put all this stuff in GitHub, so let's just use GitHub. So I've been authenticated. Like, this app knows who I am, and it's got a session. All right, so there's no backend for it to store. All we have is there's an authenticated cookie. Let's do that real quick. Boop. I'm going to go here to more tools, developer tools, and what I should be able to see here is in the application here, I've got some stuff, but I've got some cookies, right? I've got a JSession ID. This is where my information is stored. This is where the token from GitHub that says, hey, I'm authenticated, but there's no JWT. It's just that we now trust this session. That's it. But in that session, I think it has a authorized principal. It knows who I am. It came back with some username, and that might be it. It might have just come back with a username. It might have come back with some more information, but I don't know. Let's find out. So far, so good? What do you think, Will? Yeah? That makes sense?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I zoned out.
Yeah, that's right. We have a session. We're authenticated. What I think I'm going to do now is I think, and this is because I don't want to do the 517473. I don't want to do that dance. What I think I'd like to do is pull the front end, and I'm saying this slowly just in case Dan is in the background to guide me in the right direction. I think what I'd like to do is be able to take our front end application and build it, right? Do the dist that we would take to production, build it, and just bring that into this app. So it's kind of like a two-phase thing, but only when we're doing security, right? Because for development, I don't want to have to do that every time. For development, I still want to be able to do the localhost, 5173. So I'm trying to think that through. I can disable security during development, but then where do I get my user info, right? So this is the type of decision, like, what do we want to do here? So let's do this. I'm going to, I looked at something, and Dan don't know how to do this off the top of his head. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do the front-end Maven plugin. So we're going to try. It could go completely wrong and completely off the rails. But we're going to try. Front-end Maven plugin. And I'm going to say this up front. If we get a nice pattern for pulling in the front end to the back end, we have one tool, then we're going to be in really good shape. So it's given us some, I don't like that one as much. I like this one better, this one. So what this can do, it says Maven, Node, Grunt, Gulp, Node, blah, 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 all Maven, Node, Grunt, blah, blah, blah plugins. A Maven plugin that downloads, installs Node and NPM locally, runs NPM install, Grunt, Gulp, does all the things. So it's a Maven plugin that'll do all of those things. So this is a very Java-centric approach to this solution. But let's see. So it says, hey, here's the plugin. And here's an example project. So let's do this example with Node and NPM. That's what we're using, right? Let's do this. I'm going to grab this whole little plugin stanza. I'm not going to use it all, but I'm going to copy it for sure. And I'm going to put this into my backend build. This is we got some spam. I'm going to try to boot the spam. How do I do that? I don't know. I don't know how to boot the spam. But we'll figure that out. Oh, look at this. I got a moderator in here booting the spam. That's amazing. All right. Thank you so much, Todd. Oh, this
Thank you,
is
Todd.
a great day. Daniel asks, curiosity, how much would it be to integrate something like Keycloak? Easy. And that question comes up a lot. And I'll give you my answer. The Spring authorization server integrates even easier than Keycloak. So we'll look at those things because your question is here. I put it on the screen. Like these are good questions. But I'll tell you just my experience. I like using the Spring authorization server more. And the main reason is because I like my release trains. I like having everything kind of guaranteed compatibility. And when things are getting upgraded, they're all getting upgraded together and guaranteed to continue working together. When I go outside of that ecosystem, I go outside of the umbrella, Keycloak has no commitment, no connection with the Spring ecosystem. So it doesn't have to upgrade. It doesn't have to be at the same pace. And just from experience, right? When Keycloak doesn't follow suit, it doesn't upgrade as fast as others, then I don't want to deal with that. So I'm going to stick, but we'll do it. We'll come back. We'll do Keycloak. We'll show the integration and look at this. And Todd's done. The ban has been laid. The smackdown. That's awesome. Boom. This is great. I'm really excited about this. This is fun. So Daniel, great question. We'll definitely get to that at some point. And thank you for sticking around. What we have done, I'm going to try to add this plugin. So I'm going to stop this backend. I'm going to try some stuff to see. Again, I'm trying the easiest way for us to get something secured for the front end and the back end. And this is my attempt. So I'm not going to commit it. We can absolutely throw it away. We can try something else, but we're going to give it a try. So I'm going to go down here into my plugins and I'm going to add this plugin. I'm going to just hide this for a sec. And I'm going to go fix this plugin. It says, hey, there's some stuff in here that we don't want because I just did a copy paste. Okay, let's go generate some resources. Why does it still say artifact ID? Oh, why didn't it give me the dependency? Oh, because I wanted this part too. So in here, let's grab that. It says use the latest released version. Is that a thing right now? Is that? Yeah, no. I don't think I need to. I think I can get away with this. And that way, just by using that same version, no, it didn't like that. So let's go and see where's the latest version. Let's see. If we're in GitHub, we should see it over here too, right? 1.15.1. Let's try that. Fingers crossed. I hit the button. That's my npm install. Did I get the right version? Okay, that works. So we have a version. And what it's going to do is install node and npm. And then we can choose like our version. So what node version do we want to be on for this project? This is just like doing the .nvmrc, but we're putting it here. I'm not going to put this here. And I think I can go find out what I've been using. I can say node-version, node-v.
I'm on 18.
See, this could cause us problems, right?
It could.
What's the latest?
I'd have to look that up.
Well, let's take a look.
Latest.
Latest node version.
22.
22.12.0. We're both way off. Wait.
Yep.
What is this? Why don't we go here? What is this? Oh, that's long-term support. We don't care about long-term support.
No, we don't.
We're at the front. We want to go and
Cutting edge.
N-0. I want to live the N-0 life. Byron's back.
Hey, Byron.
This is awesome. And Byron, I agree. Like we should be thinking about other stuff. Like as we learn here, we take these and we, do a little write-up, do a little, a different form of content for what we're doing here, 100%. So we're going to try this, Byron. I'm very happy that you're here, Byron. So I'm going to say 23.4.0. I'm going to try it. 23.4.0. But how about NPM? Did you NPM-E? I'm on 10.2.4. What are you
Pretty
on?
behind. I'm on, for Node, I'm on 18.
On NPM.
Oh, NPM, I'm on 0.
What? Let's see.
NPM
NPM latest.
Oh, I'm on 10.7.0.
What is it? What is the latest version here? It should be on the screen somewhere, shouldn't it?
You would think.
Is that it? 16 versions. Wait, this says latest version. That's not what I want. I want
The latest version is 10.9.2.
10.9.2. That's where
That's
we should
of
be.
December 4.
Oh, look at that. That's right. 10.9.2. Does that look good? Let's hit this button and let's see if everything jives. So all we're doing here is we're saying, hey, for this application, I want to install Node. I want to have Node and NPM in this directory that I'm working on this set. In my other directories, I might have other stuff, right? So Byron says, during development, I'd probably run them independently and define a proxy for API routes within the Vite config. This is good. So what Byron is saying is that, hey, have the front end be a proxy for the back end. But what I don't know how to do on the front end is the redirection, the Spring Security piece. So I don't know if you saw that part, but what I did, I know how to easily add security to a Spring Boot application. So what we did was, let's just take a step back. It's always good to review, especially when we got Byron here. What we did was simply we added this. We added the Spring Boot Starter OAuth 2 client. And when we added that, actually, let's change it. Let's go back and show. Like, hey, it just says, hey, once you've added security, Spring's opinion is that when you add security, we want to be secure by default. So by default, everything is locked. So as soon as I add Spring Security, this starter brings in Spring Security as a dependency. As soon as I do that, I'm going to go here. I'm going to comment this out just to kind of show our work. And we're on the back end. So now I've commented out our GitHub client. MDNW Spring Boot Run. Oh, and look at now we're using, it's installing those locally. Ah, that's awesome. So that part worked. But what we have here now, I'm going to go here. When I go to localhost 8080, what it does, it automatically gives me a login page. And it's asking for a username and password, but we don't have a user store. We didn't have a user password, any place to store those credentials. So there's no way for me to log in. All right. Todd says, Java Grunt, I got to get going. Let's connect and hop on a call soon. I'll find your calendar and schedule a call like this. Todd, you, not just that you joined us, that you joined us and you were so awesome at being a moderator. Thank you so much. And I look forward to chatting and catching up soon. Byron, I'm trying to catch you up. Todd, thank you. Byron, we added this. I know how to make this work. What we did then was we went to GitHub and we created a GitHub app. We got a client ID and a client secret, and we shared them on the stream. Yes, thank you. We shared them on the stream because we reminded ourselves we're going to delete it at the end of the stream. Before we close, we'll delete that app so that nobody gets hurt. But what we did was we went and created that. We got this client ID and this client secret, and we're going to do this. We're going to uncomment those, and we're going to start it up again. And here's what happens. When I started out with those two properties, instead of having that local form for user authentication, what we get now is we'll be redirected to GitHub to authenticate. Oh, I was already authenticated. Let me clear it. I'd already been authenticated with GitHub. So let me do this. I'm going to go to my developer tools. And I'm going to go, I think isn't there a single button that allows me to do that? I can clear that. Can I delete it? Where's the button? There's a button that says clear all. It's this one. Clear site data. Okay, that's the button. Storage, clear site data. I should have nothing from the site. Now, when I go to localhost 8080, this is the Spring Boot app. Wait, why did it still do? That's the clear all. I don't want this. There's a way to clear everything. Is there another one? Clear site data, including third-party cookies. Yes, I want all that. So I have nothing. Can I get rid of... I don't remember. But there should be a way for me to change my authentication. Let's get clear. Let's try this one more time. Because nobody wants to do all this other stuff. While I figure that out. Oh, here. I've got local storage. I don't want that. Clear. Do I have a session? I'm going to try to clear this storage again. Clear site data. Is it because I have something else? Let's do this. Maybe it's this. I'm going to sign out. Maybe that's it. So sign out from all accounts. Maybe that's what I needed to do. So let's try this again. There. Deshaun Carter wasn't signed in. I've got to sign in. I've got to now. There we go. I've got to now say like, hey, do you want to authenticate? It would be nice if you would authenticate because you're not getting in. So it's now letting, instead of having my own form and stuff to handle, now I've got to sign in. And I'm going to use this little button over here. Okay. So now it's like, oh, that's cool. We sent a request, to my GitHub mobile. So I got to like do the double dip authentication. Let's go and make sure, like, are you really you? There's the button. And I'm going to prove, yes, it's me. It's me. And now GitHub has authenticated me and it's redirected me back because I gave it a authorization redirect and it sent me back to my localhost 8080. So now we're authenticated. Now that's how we added security to Spring Boot. Your approach, and I guarantee we could do it with Vite. We could add something that knows how to take me over to GitHub and authenticate against a GitHub app and bring me back. And I could use probably the same client ID and secret, but I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is for our front end. And if you do, please share. We will, there's tons of ways to do this. That's the big thing, is there are tons of ways to accomplish these things. We're going to explore a few. So for now, because I've got security set up and I've got it so that, hey, we're blocked on 8080, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to put our app under the root. I'm just going to move it into here and it'll be served from the container that's housing Spring Boot. But I like the idea. I should put the backend under /API. Yeah. Yep. I get it. So you're here. Maybe this will refresh things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to make it so that when I do a build of the Spring Boot app, that it will go to the front end. Oh, you know what else I'm going to do while we're here? I'm going to undo my changes, right? Will's doing the front end, and I made copies. I'm going to do this git. How do I do that? I'm going to do it this way. Git status. I'm going to undo some of these changes that I made because I want to be on the same thing. So I'm going to undo this. Or I can do it like this. Git checkout package.json. Yep, git checkout. Oh, I think I can do it from here. Git checkout dot. So it pulls all the changes that were in this directory, git status. So I don't have any changes in the front end. So I'm using the same front end as you are. And if I do this, I do a git pull. If you've made any changes, I'll have them. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to give you all of my changes so far. Git status, like that like check-in stuff. So on the back end, I've got Node, and I don't want that. That was the npm install stuff. So I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to add that to my ignore, and I'm just going to get us like a little checkpoint. -w.git ignore. Did I not put it here? Oh, I have a git in here. Backend.git ignore. And I'm going to add node. Git status. Cool. Oh, and idea. That's my mess that I don't want you to have. So on the back end, what I've added so far is I've added the Spring Boot Starter OAuth client. I've also added this front end plugin that I'm not done yet, but we'll get there. And I've made some documentation changes. So anybody should be able to kind of catch up with where we are. And I'm even gonna put in this client ID and secret. It's a localhost 8080. It's risky. It's a bad idea. It's awful. Don't do as I say. Don't do as I do. Do as I say. Right. I'm gonna do this, but before the end of the stream, we'll get rid of it, and you'll have to put in your own. But for now, I'm gonna make these changes. The backend starts. We still haven't connected the backend in front of it with security. We'll get to that next. But I'm going to do just a little spot check. Git add dot. And I shouldn't have done it that way, but I'm going to do it. Git commit. This is just our spot check. Spot check. Added GitHub security. Added the front end plugin.
Before you push it, will you do a poll? I added the user avatar to the front end.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Oh, merge branch. Yeah. Control X. So I've got, yeah, git pull. We're clean. Git status. I've got a commit that's ready. Git push. We're cooking with gas. We've got each other's back. While I've been messing around, you've been adding a little piece to the front end. So this says update dependencies. I'm going to save that. So let's go ahead. We have Ollama running. This is the back end. Let's stop the back end. And I'm going to try to pull the back end, the front end to the back. And what I think, now I'm going to need your help here. I'm going to go into the front end. And I'm going to, I pulled the latest code, so I'm going to do an npm install. Make sure I got anything that you've changed. If I do npm run dev, right?
Yep.
This is where I would go and validate things. Oh. Okay. I ran into a problem.
And no such file.
Front end source. Did I do something wrong?
Well, did I do something wrong?
but this is how we learn together. And I think that most people, not all, most people are in these types of distributed environments, and having a comfortable way of saving changes. We're going to have to come up with our patterns, our comfort space, how we're going to engage the NVMRC files, the SDKMNRC files. We're going to have to come up with some conventions for how we move forward, because ideally, we're going to do a couple of these and then we're going to go real fast. We're going to be able to go from, hey, we've drawn some boxes and lines, to we've got a application up and running. That's the key. And Byron says, I'm betting it is a problem with the alias app.
It is, and I had to remove the aliases. So
I'll let you keep going. I'll let you keep working on that.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do, so are you able to replicate this?
Me?
Yeah. Are you able to replicate the error?
Yes, it's an issue with the alias.
Okay.
There was one file that I did not remove it from.
Okay, got it. So that's our Ollama backend is running. We have a little bit of problem on the front end. What I'm going to try to do now is I'm going to try to edit so that I can bring the backend or the front end into the backend, and I can authenticate everything. I can put everything in this secured, layer. So I'm going to go. I had started one of these somewhere, and I'm going to try to find it. I had a little block that said, hey, do this npm dist or something. I'm going to go find it. You do you. I'm going to go try to find this other thing. And yeah, bear with me. I have it on a computer somewhere. Let's see. So over here, I'm going to shut down some of these other machines. I have my laptop that's back there. And that's the one where, like, when I'm not here at the desk, that's the machine that I'm noodling. That's where my ideas come. So I'm going to go look there. Oh, I called it S1E2 dry run. And what I did there, actually, let me just share, right? Like, I don't need to explain. I'll just do this. So this is what I was noodling. I was thinking, like, how do we do this? And I made this S1E2 dry run. And what I did here was I made Spring kind of the base folder. And then I pulled in the front end into a folder inside of my Spring folder. So I had my source, I had my POM kind of at the same level as the front end. And then inside of the front end, I did this, but I didn't make it very far. It was late, as you can see by the timestamps. But what I did do there, again, I'm trying to be transparent. I'm trying to show, this isn't scripted. We didn't do stuff. This is, we're trying to think through these things together. And I'm just bringing a pattern that I've done in the past. And if you've got a pattern for how you do this, how do you secure a front end and a back end quickly, easily, what's the easy way to do it? There's hundreds of ways to do it. But we need the front end to be authenticated and the back end to be authenticated. How do I share that? And if I've got two contacts, that just makes things a little bit more difficult. Microservices are great, right? When you've got a big team and you need to go fast and you need things to scale at different paces. But when it's a small team like this, a monolith is a whole lot better. When we only have to secure one thing and we don't have to do a bunch of interaction and networking in between the two, that's a whole lot better. So I'm going to try to make an easy path, but I'm also going to lean in and I'm going to say, hey, Byron, if you've got an idea for how we could do this, making Vite the front end that handles the authentication and have that route to the back end, the API route to the back end, then that would be awesome. I would like to explore that because we're going to be doing more of this. And having these different patterns in our back pocket, in our tool belt, that's going to be valuable. And I want to understand. So I did this, and I'm going to go in here to this POM, and I made an attempt where I did this, right? I did the install stuff, Oh, here, I did this. I add a configuration that I don't know what it did. We're going to find out. It said a working directory. Oh, and it said a target directory. Well, let's see. Let's see. We're going to go into the Palm. I'm going to close these other things that we're not worried about right now. I'm going to right click and say close all tabs. The only thing I'm worried about at the moment is the Palm. And this is one way. And I think that we could actually deliver both of these in the same project. So here I had a configuration. And I said my install directory, where I want things to go, is the target. That's like the build output directory for Spring Boot. It's like the dist directory for Spring Boot. And the working directory, it's not front end. This time it's going to be / front end. So I just made a simple change, and it says, I got to move the configuration. Oh, maybe I did that wrong. Let's look. This was, I had a top level configuration under front end Maven config. And then this configuration should be just for the install in that execution.
Yeah. If you want to pull the front end again, you can.
Let's pause. I'll hit this button to see if we get rid of the red line. We did. And then let's go back to our terminal. We're going to go here. I'm going to do from here. I'm going to say git pull all the things. I've got some changes. If I hit Control C, and I'm going to, I'll do npm install. Let's make sure I'm good. Run dev. Hey, it's in use, so we're trying another. Why is it in use? I want to.
Do you have how many terminals do you have open?
I've got another terminal somewhere. I'm gonna go. Let me go try to find what else I had open. I don't. S1E1 backend. That doesn't have it, does it? No. So let's close that. That's last week. That's old news. Let's see where it's running. Did I have like another terminal running? Front end. Let's close that. We're not using that. Let's close that. Oh, here we go. There it is. Found it. Okay, so I did have another terminal running. So now let's just to be on the same page, let's hit Control C. And let's do it again. Run dev. There we go. 5173. I want you to show up over here.
And it's currently hard coded to my.
Fantastic, but that works. Like,
yeah,
we're cooking with gas. Again, here's what we're trying to do, just to bring everybody back. Last week, the stuff in the black is what we had last week. We had a chat window. We were using Vue and shadcn. In the back end, we had Spring Boot, Spring AI. We had Ollama and AI LLM running. And this week, we've added Docker to help us like stand up and share things. We refactored our code base into one repository. And what we're trying to add is Spring Security OAuth with GitHub, which we've done. And we've added some of the UI elements, the login user, and we're going to add Redis to store a conversation. So let's pause real quick. Do you mind showing us what you changed in order to bring this?
In order to bring the avatar?
What did you do to bring in the avatar? Just review for us.
Well, for starters, I grabbed everything I needed from shadcn.
All right, so one sec. Can I get you to maximize that?
Oh, yes. So I grabbed everything I needed from the shadcn repository.
Avatar, fallback. Okay. That's nice.
And then also just looking at shadcn, I was able to use this little template to put all that together so that it functions as we want.
Okay.
So that's what we've got going on here. I added the avatar, fallback, the
Awesome.
avatar image, and then I created just separately a user avatar. I imagine we're going to have some other functionality going on with this. So I broke it out into its own component.
All right.
And
Awesome.
then I refactored the app template. Previously, it just had the chat component. But since we're starting to add some complexity, I kind of added, I removed styling from deeper inside the component, brought it out to the app level. That way, as we continue to grow, there'll be less conflicts.
That makes sense. Smart moves. And we saw it. Like, so here's our current view. Is my backend still running? Let's go just make sure that we're still working. No, I've added security on the backend.
Yes.
So right now we're in a broken state.
Yes.
So I need to move fast. I need to get us a working secured solution. So what are you going to do next?
Well, I think one of the things I need to do is create a user store using a Pina, view Pina, its state store, so that I don't have to pass an authenticated user around to all the different components. I can have it be separate and then easily inject it wherever I need it. I think trying to define or understand the relationship between the backend's security now and how we get that information in the front end.
And Dan Vega, if you're listening, I would love it if you could come in and help us understand how to take a Spring secured principle out of a session and provide that to Vue, because I know you understand that. But yeah, here's where we are. Do some Googling and let's see. And in the meantime, I'm going to try to bring that front end into Spring Boot. Again, trying to simplify our routing and stuff.
So from a front end, principle, I think all I would need to do potentially is just have a route from the back end that tells me if we have an authenticated user.
If you are in the app, you have an authenticated user, because we're putting the security over everything.
Got it. So, okay.
So you will be authenticated.
Yes.
But how do you get that user name? How do you get that user avatar, that user ID? Because what we want to do...
That would just be from the route then, like a simple GET route.
We could do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we're going to need a user's ID, something to store, to associate with your GitHub user, with my GitHub user, because we don't want to cross streams.
We'll also need a conversation ID.
And the conversation ID. We got to come up with a method for how we're going to generate a conversation ID.
Yeah.
That doesn't overlap. So the key, the conversation ID should be a key.
Yes.
Of the user and it could be a...
I like that.
Generic.
Because Redis is just a key value store, right?
Yeah.
So
but
if we use user ID and conversation ID
as the conversation ID, I'm saying we could use user ID and just some sequential number. Or just like you can generate a UUID in the front end.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do it like some user ID colon UUID, so that we can search and make sure that I'm getting all of my conversations, right? We don't want to just have a UUID and then have some relational. Let's just make the key some combination of the user ID and some UUID. So we can bring up, but then we don't have like a order. So maybe it should be a timestamp, a user ID that we get from GitHub, and a timestamp for the conversation ID, because then it'd be ordered.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm thinking if I was to build a backend for this, I would, want to be able to pass in, like I basically structure it where like I have a data shape that's user ID, conversation ID, and then messages. That way I can query on user ID or just conversation ID. And we'll need routes for each of these. Like as we have our conversation panel over up to the left, we'll want a for loop of conversations.
All right. Let's figure it out.
Okay.
Well, we're going to figure it out together.
Let's do it.
Let's do, I'm not good at multitasking.
Great.
So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to keep going. I'm going to see if I can pull this front end into the back end.
Okay.
Because now my front end builds, it runs, I validate it. What I think I can do is, oh wait, I'm going to show my screen and I'm going to see what I'm trying to do. And this is where I think I need your help.
Okay.
I've got the latest. Let me do a git pull. All right, we got it. I'm gonna go into the front end. And what I think I can do is npm dist.
You'd potentially look at the package JSON.
Yeah.
You would do npm run build.
Package JSON npm run build. npm run build.
tsconfig. Okay. So go remove the files property on tsconfig.
From tsconfig. From this one?
Yep.
Remove this line?
Yep. What?
Okay.
Oh, okay. So you can remove both of those aliases too in the vite config. Go down a little bit to vite config.
Okay.
And you can kill both of those aliases since we're no longer using them.
Do this much?
Sure.
I like deleting stuff. Ooh.
Okay, so we can. I thought I got rid of that.
All right, so here's what I'll do. I'm gonna step back. I'm gonna let you. What I think I want to get to is that npm run build that gives me just the JavaScript and the HTML and the CSS that I would need to deliver. Right, I don't have to have all the node modules. When we do and correct me where I'm wrong. When in my head, when I do the npm run build, I get a folder that just has the things that I need to operate and run in production. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then what I will do with that is I will take that folder and I will use that in the backend. I'll take the output of that to run in the backend, because inside of Spring Boot, again, in this path to production with Spring Boot, I can containerize the whole thing. So when we go to production, we have a much easier route there too. Like this is all in, it's all secured, everything's in one spot. We have one container, we have one thing that can run on a Raspberry Pi, and we're in good shape.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Also, we need to set a dist file, because right now it's just creating everything in place.
Oh, okay. I'll let you drive that. Byron says UUID-v1 is time-based if you want something unique and chronological. That's awesome. Thank you for that, Byron. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. This is great. We're going on 2.5 hours, and I'm still having fun. So we're going to get there, but we're just working through things. And I think these first couple of shows, it's us working through the patterns and how we're going to build things. And yeah, we're still learning a lot. This is a new team. Everybody here has been on a new team at least once. So I'm going to jump back over here. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to close this. I'm going to undo my changes so I can pull your changes. Yeah, I think that's the best. So in front end, I'm going to do a git checkout dot. So I have just the latest stuff. And then I'm going to go back to the backend. I'm going to do a git pull, like, yeah, I'm good. And I'm going to close the front end stuff because, right, we don't want to both be messing around. Like, you know what you're doing. Your expertise is on that front side. We're bringing stuff. So I've made some changes here that let's see if it works. I've said we're going to install this front end into the target directory, and we're going to put our working directory is the front end. And what we want to do, let's see if this works. In the backend, kind of nvnw spring boot run. Let's just see if what my changes still work. It installs node, it installs npm. We're good. It runs. So it ran, but what it didn't do was anything on the front end. So what would be awesome, let's go back and look and see if I had this, where I did run npm install. Like, let's do that. These are the things here. So I'm going to grab both of these executions. So what we're going to do with this front end plugin, we're going to see is we're going to install node and npm. So again, in my pipeline where we're doing this with CI/CD, I don't have to preset anything. It has all of the instructions for all the things that it needs to go, right? We don't need to have npm and node running in production, but we need it to do our build. So we're going to go here. We're saying, hey, here's the versions that we would like to use with our build. And then we're going to say this. We're going to say on top of the build, invalid content. I don't know what I did. Oh, because that's supposed to be in executions. I put it in the wrong spot. So inside of the executions, I'm going to add these. All right. So what I'm doing now is I'm saying, hey, there's our node version, there's our npm version. What I would also like to do is run npm install. So this has to work. I got to be able to do this. So it's going to say, hey, do npm, generate resources, do the install. So do npm install. So I don't have to go into a different directory. It's just going to do the npm install for me. And then do the npm run build. Is that what we just did? npm run build?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to try, I'm going to comment out the npm run build because that's where we were stuck. And I'm just going to try this. So what I think will happen is I'm going to get a node directory somewhere, and it'll do the npm install. So I'll have like the node modules somewhere. nvnw spring boot run. It'll do, hey, here's running the front end plugin. It installed our npm. Oh, did it do the npm install? It did. Look, it said running npm install in, oh, it did it in the front end directory. So it installed everything because that's what I set for the working directory. It installed everything there. It was already there. And everything's, there's no vulnerabilities. That's nice. And then what do we do? Then we copied some resources. But still, I don't have the front end. I don't have a working front end yet. But did it put any other like files anywhere? So there's the node module. That didn't change anything. Let's look in the back end. Classes. Nope, I didn't do anything else. Generated sources, no. So that's it. We're good. Node. Oh, I did get a node. Oh, this is where it installed node. So in the target directory is like my build directory. So this is where these are the node versions that we specified. The node and npm versions that we specified. It also brought in npx, which we learned last week is kind of like npm, but it just executes. Did I say that right? Byron?
Yep.
And I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good right now. So when I do the npm, I do the run build piece, what will happen? I will get a dist directory by default, right?
That's what I'm having to set up.
Isn't that the default? It's just dist?
Yes.
Okay. So the next thing is when that's done, it's done the run build, then I need to copy that into my spot. And I think I might have tried to do that. We have a plugin. This is a copy it from there into here. Let's try to do this. And you know what I'll do? Watch this. I know how to fix this. I know how to give myself like a baby step. I'm going to stop the backend. I'm going to add this other plugin. And the order matters in Maven. So I'm going to add this Maven. So this is going to say, hey, go copy those things. Maven resources plugin. Please copy the front end to the static directory. When you generate resources, copy the resources is the goal. And what we're saying is copy those things to here. The project build directory classes static. And the resources are in / front end dist, and don't filter. We could put like properties in there. We could put like placeholders for properties where like, oh, when you copy this over, replace the username with Will. But we're not going to do that. So we're saying turn filtering off. So it doesn't do any of that stuff. I'm going to hit this button. And what I'm going to do is for now, I'm going to go over here to my front end. I'm going to make a directory called dist, new directory, dist. And I'm just going to put in an index.html, index.html as a placeholder. I'm going to just test this out. What I'm thinking is, h1, hello world. I'm thinking, oh, I'll bet you the run build does that. So let's make sure we comment that out. Oh, it's still commented out. So I'm thinking this will work. I think that I will get an index.html copied over that we'll be able to use. Let's do our Spring Boot run. Fingers crossed. It did. It says I got a welcome page handler for index.html. But I'm gonna change the routes just so we don't stomp on each other. So now, when I go to localhost 8080, it's making sure I'm authenticated. It already did that. We know that it did that. And now I see hello world, and I got that from the front end. So now we're close to having the front end part combined with our Spring Security running in the same container. But I think that what we want to do, is I want to change the API. I want to change the backend part. I want to move it from /get question or whatever it was. I want to change it to /API, and we'll put these endpoints on an API endpoint, so that in the front end we're not calling to another server like we did localhost 8080. We're going to call /API. How does that sound?
I like that.
So what we've done now by combining our stuff, we're only going to have 8080 open. That's the only port. We're not going to have to do any like magic stuff. Everything's going to exist in one container, in one port. And the only other piece is Ollama. that's running on 11434. But our Tomcat is what Spring Boot runs, our Tomcat container. We could use Netty, but we're gonna have one container that has our Java code and our front end code, but we've combined them together. And this is hopefully gonna be easier for us to go forward with. Just throwing it out there. If you've got other ideas, again, my name is Deshaun. This is my good friend Will. We're here and we're updating a stack. What we're trying to do here is build stuff, show how to build stuff, but all of it from the front to the back that you can like have a thing and you can take it to production. And as we do this every week, we'll get faster and we'll be able to do these things faster. But we're learning. We're kind of connecting the dots and we're going to have different patterns, but here we are. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's a good time to be a developer. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and change some endpoints because here, and I should be able to get or question get. It's going to go talk to the LLM and it's going to be boop and it tells us a joke. We had a default there. Yeah, you are very welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us. You are very welcome. Our backend still works, but I don't like that the backend is combined. We got to like do all the management of where are these routes going. So we're going to have the front end is going to be on that slash route and the back end, we're going to put at slash API. The only thing now we have to make sure is that the front end doesn't have anything sitting at slash API, which I think we can do that safely. So let's make some changes. What I'm going to do is I'm comfortable with, let's check it, download full line load completion. I don't want that. I'm going to do a little get status. I've made a lot of changes on the front end. Why? Why do I
It's because you tried to build it.
Okay, let's do this. I only want to change this backend POM. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into front end and I'm gonna say get checkout. I don't want any changes in the front end. Wait, get check out dot. That's how I say, hey, in this directory, I don't want any changes. Now when I get status, I should only see one. Why didn't that work? Oh, because these are new. These things got added. I'm okay. I'll figure that out here in a minute. What did I do? Oh, when I did the thing.
Talking about the build.
When I did the build, it put everything in root. So that's what you're working on. You're working on the disk.
That's what I'm trying to. I'm fighting currently.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm only going to get add backend pom.xml, and I'm going to do get commit with front end Maven plugin and Maven. I think it's just copy resources. And I'm going to do get status. I have a commit get push. So we have one change. We're good. So now let's go make some backend changes. Again, we've taken a microservice architecture and we're bringing it into a single monolithic architecture. I felt like having two repositories for this last week was difficult, but now there's kind of a trade-off here, right? You were able to build the front end works, and that's great. I was able to build the back end works, and that's great. But when it comes time to go to production, we have some extra networking concerns. How do we communicate? Especially when we want to add security. We have to secure both. It would be nice to secure both in the same way, especially if we're trying to get this MVP. We want to get this MVP. We're a startup. We want to get out to production. I've learned some things, right? I want to make things easy. Hopefully what we're doing is making things easy and connecting a bunch of little easy things together. That's a successful app, right? And that's kind of a criticism. A lot of times you see these tutorials and it's, oh, well, that was easy. And it wasn't complex. Ideally, what we're doing, and I think we showed it here, ideally what we're doing is just putting a bunch of easy things together to build the things that we want. That's what I hope. That's what I'd like to do. I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to figure out hard problems. I want to get to production. I want to deliver value, and I want to do it securely, safely, and frequently. And I'd like to have a little fun. So let's make some changes. I'm going to go here, not that I need to be in there, and I'm going to start working on the back end. Do you want to share your screen? Because I'm just making a couple small changes.
I don't currently know what I'm doing. I think with us putting these now in a single repo, the vite config is supposed to be at the project root. But when I do that, I would then need to install Node at the project root.
Okay, let's do this together.
Okay.
I'm going to bring your screen on. And I'm going to try to see what's happening here.
So for instance, this file is supposed to be in the project root. Which is why the aliases stopped working.
Okay, so where was it before?
Well, in the previous repo, front end was the project root.
So it could still be project root right now.
Well, I would need to install. It would need its own package. Like I would need to install Node Package Manager in the root. I don't know if that would break your backend.
Wait. No, it shouldn't. Because the front end will be our working directory. For everything that we do for the front end, that folder is still the working directory.
I think my brain's broke.
That's okay. So for you,
so like if I do this,
you should only have to do in the front end.
So should I kill the front end folder?
Nope. No.
Okay.
Leave the front end folder. Okay. Everything that happens in the front end folder, what we would like is to have a dist folder inside of that front end folder.
Agreed. But in order for vite to build it and set the build directory, I have to have it in the project root. But when I do the project root here, when I move that file, it no longer recognizes these installations.
So I got a blurry screen for some reason. It's because this computer's not that great. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to try to get a better view here. I'm going to move this screen down here, and I'm going to try to understand what we're doing. All right, so let's take a look again and show me, because I couldn't read what was happening.
Okay.
We had our vite config.
Yes.
And so right now,
put it back where it goes.
Okay, vite config, that's where we want. And that's in the root of the front end, right?
Yes, but it has to be in the root of the project in order for it to successfully work.
So last week, it's the same place where it was last week, right?
Except now, no, because it's within the front end folder.
Well, but think last week, the front end folder was just your S1E1 front end.
That's correct.
So it's the same thing, isn't it?
Not to vite, but that's what I just found this specifically. This is an issue.
So hold on. Vite shouldn't think about, for the outdoor, it shouldn't be, it should just be dist, right?
Well, I've tried that and it's not working. So that's what I'm saying is this vite config file, when we put these two together, all of a sudden our aliases stopped working. So what I believe is happening is vite doesn't know where this config file is.
All right, let's take out the front end and let's see what our error is. And we'll try to learn this together, because
I'm going to commit something really quick.
Yeah, because you should be able to, you shouldn't have had to open up the S1E2 directory. You could have opened up inside of VS Code. You could have just gone into front end and open that up just like it was our S1E1 front end directory last year or last
Ooh,
week,
I'll try that. Maybe
right? Because Vite shouldn't care about what's outside of its directory.
I agree. Saving changes before possible.
And this is just we're figuring these things out. We want to make sure that this is easy to understand. Again, if you're watching, you're here in the chat, like, let us know, what are your thoughts? Like, what should we be doing? I think that this should work. And
so I'm going to save this.
and it did. When I did the npm build run, or run build, it looked like it knew where everything was.
It did, but that's where it placed everything in the same.
Okay. So,
which is why.
Got it.
Okay. Check messages. Save that. So I'm going to close this now.
All right. I'm going to remove those files that were messy. Git status. I'm going to remove all the files that were untracked. Actually, I'm going to just do this. RF front end.
Okay.
Star. And I'm going to go to
now
git checkout dot git status. Okay. So now I'm back. When I go into front end and I do npm, I'm going to do an install to make sure that I got all the stuff. And then I'm going to do npm run build. And we'll see. Okay, then I ran into the files thing. So let me first do the config. Actually, you do it. You've already done that, right? Maybe?
So this is what, this is what happens. When I try it. So it built everything in place. Oh, because it's not in a Git. Shoot. That sucks.
Byron says, my student full stack repos split into client and server folder. Vite config doesn't need to be at the root. However, you'll run the commands from within its folder. Yeah, that was what I was thinking. He said remove build.
Okay. I unfortunately, I think I need to do this. Make it easy on myself. Yeah, okay, so I want to undo all of this.
He said that's the JS file.
Okay. So I am in the front end folder, and Byron is saying that's what we're working on, is a build file or build script, Byron.
Yep, trying to make it output. He says remove build.
Okay, so I am in the front end folder.
And then we think, because I thought that dist was the default.
It is.
All right, so if we do npm run build. All right, now we have other things. Let's see.
So it built it all in place again. So let me go back to this bad boy and remove all that very quickly.
Oh, so why?
Exactly.
Okay. So I'm gonna call up my good friend.
We have Dan here.
Nope, I'm gonna call up ChatGPT, my other good friend and coworker, and I'm gonna say, hey, how come? Why, when I run npm run build, is Vite putting things in the root folder instead of the dist folder? Question mark. Vite's npm run build command outputs files to the dist folder by default. If the build output is going to the root folder, it could be due to a misconfiguration in your Vite config.js file of your project setup. Here's the steps to diagnose and fix. So import define config from Vite. You want to open up your Vite config? This looks very similar.
My bad. Yep.
Yep, from Vite. Export default define config build. So let's put the build output outdir dist, which is probably what you just had. Build.
It is.
Yeah.
That's okay though.
Outdir tick dist. Nope, just dist, no dot slash.
Okay.
Let's see
And
what
then
that
it
does.
also needed empty outer true.
Oh, okay, let's try that. What does empty outdir?
I think it rebuilds the whole file.
Oh, wait. This is saying build should be Vite build. And our
VIT.
package JSON says run build.
Well, so that's what this is though.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yep. There we go. Okay, never mind. Yep, scripts build, boom. All right. So let's run that and what happens?
Okay. I was going to commit this real quick. Save before. Roll back. Not staged. Okay, good.
So I'll be honest, I don't deal with front end very often. There's every team that I work with. There's a front end team. There's the team that knows what you're doing. And I normally get pulled into the Spring Boot conversation. Most of this stuff gets worked out before I show up. The problems where I'm pulled in, the problems are around, behind the front end, typically. But these are all good things to know and understand.
So it's done the same thing again.
Okay, so it still didn't put it into a dist folder.
That's correct. Okay.
How about this? What happens if we take out the view TSC and we just do Vite build? Then does it work?
I think we'll have a conflict with TypeScript at that point, but we can try it. Changes. Also, I have fixed this so many times, so I need to resolve that really quick.
Oh, wait. Vite respects node env and other environment variables. For example, ensure.env or env does not override build outdir. Do we have a Vite build outdir environment property somewhere?
That's a good question.
Oh,
Okay.
Byron said, I successfully ran a clean project using npm run build.
A clean project. Is that, when you say that, is that with both the back end and front end in the same repo?
He shouldn't have to, but if he can run npm run build, we're in good shape.
Though
Byron,
I think
did you check out our repo? Because that would be awesome if you did.
it would be. Okay. So let's try this again. I was going to remove the TSC.
He says, give me the link. Well, gladly. I'll worry about that. GitHub.com/stack of the week. We're on S1E2. Boom. Repo link in chat. And for anybody that wants to play along and figure things out. Like, that's what we're doing here. Why did it not go to all of the channels? Byron said, give me the link.
I see it in the chat.
Yeah, but it didn't do the coffee software channel.
Oh, weird. Well, I see it.
Yeah.
Coffee plus software.
Okay, fantastic. That's weird. Okay.
Agreed.
So here, there's the link. If you'd like to join and help us out. I am not too proud to ask for help.
Okay. It just worked.
So, but that was without the view
TSC.
TSC.
So let's try it with
So
it.
now we have a dist folder. Does it work? So even though our build worked, does it work? Does it look like it'll work? Dist. Yeah, you have your assets.
It's missing. Whoa.
So
it did build.
So does it have everything?
Well, here, let's kill this. It doesn't.
It doesn't have everything.
Well, maybe it did because we just flattened the website. So maybe it's. I wonder how I could test this.
How do we look at that locally? I have an idea. If you'll give me 1 sec, I will give you a Nginx. Now that you have Docker, we can tell Nginx to run what's in this folder.
Okay.
And I have that command over here handy somewhere. GitHub. I'm going over to here. And here is the command. I will copy it and I will edit it a little bit. Where did my other screen go? Please, I'm going to do this. I'm going to call it front end. And this is going to open up the front end. Oh, wait, sorry. The port, we want it to go to 5173, right? 5173.
You're going to drop that in the chat?
Yep, I'm going to put that in the chat here for everybody. So this is the commands that if you were in this folder, where's my chat window? Sorry, I'm all confused here. If you are in the front end folder and you run npm, oh, there's the thing. Hopefully this works. Here, Docker run -- name. We're giving it a name of front end, and we're saying, hey, I want you to use this local directory. So you got to be inside of the dist folder. I want you to use the local directory as my HTML folder in this Nginx container. And I want to make it so that my localhost 8088 points to 5173 in that container. Oh, wait, no, it won't be. It doesn't need to be. It should be just 80. Sorry. It should be 80 because Nginx is serving it. It's not running the Vite server. So change that. Sorry. Don't ignore that. Let me change that back. It should just be port 80 because we're wanting to hit Nginx.
You have to remove or rename that container to be able to use that reuse that name.
How do I remove?
The container name front end is already. Just remove here. Yeah, we'll just remove the -- front end here. I'll do this here. Control C. This is the command that we want to use. And I've moved all these windows around so that I can see. And let's try this one. This is the command that we want to use so that you can quickly just stand up that index.html. Okay. Here we go. So you have to be inside of the dist folder. That's what that $pwd is. Hey,
should I go into it then?
Yep. So go in a terminal, cd to the dist folder, and do an ls. Make sure that you see the index.html at the root.
Yep.
And then we're going to do this command: docker run --rm --v $pwd/.
Now this still says 8088. Is that correct?
Yep, 8088 on your localhost is going to point to 80 in the container.
Got it.
Driver failed programming external connectivity.
It says port is already allocated. Okay, I think we can fix this. Do type clear for me so I can move. Actually, I can do this too. And do docker ps Docker space PS. We're going to see which containers are running, what we've done. So we have a Docker container called front end running there. So let's do Docker stop front end.
Do I need to do a flag or anything?
Nope, I think that's it.
Sweet.
And now run that up arrow twice. One more. We're still in dist. There you go. So we're going to get a new funky name. But if you Docker PS, we should have something that's pointed to. There you go. So now if you go to localhost 8088, we should see our interface.
Yep.
This is good. So that means our npm run build worked.
It did. But I wonder if we need to put the TSC back and try it again.
Yeah, what else would that do? Let's see. Actually, do this. Would you commit that for me?
Yes.
Commit where we're at. We have a build that works. It looks like it works. We don't know if it's all the way working, but it looks like it works. And we'll go. We'll do the next steps after that. But we have a good point here. And we have Byron here helping us.
Yeah, we do.
So we want to leverage that as much as we can.
I don't see. I think because normally dist is not something we output.
Yeah, ignore the dist folder.
Oh, you want me to do that?
Yep. Yeah, that'll get generated every time. Yeah, we can ignore the dist folder.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's another strategy too. Is like you could do the build. That could be your build process. Is build the dist and then commit that, and then that just shows up in production, right? You could have that Git repository just mapped to production. GitHub Pages is a great way to do that, right? You could literally have GitHub Pages
Just
be the output of your dist folder, and you could serve it from there.
That's cool.
That's actually an option that we can do. So we talked about that. We talked about like you just have it, running and point to some backend.
So I pushed.
You pushed. So I'm going to do a cd./
Oh, because you're now going to build it.
I'm going to do a git pull. And I'm going to see if I can build and copy it into my Spring Boot. Because it's just the dist folder. So I'm going to grab the screen. I've done a git, I'll do it here, git pull. So we're all on the latest and greatest. I'll do a git status. I don't have any changes. So what's in the repository is what's in the repository. We're in a good spot. Then I'm going to go into the backend. I don't need to do it here, but I will. And what I'm going to do is in my POM file, I'm going to hide this so we can all see. In my POM file, I had commented out this set that said, hey, I want to do this npm run build in that working directory, right? That's still the same step, right? So what I think this is doing is in the back end, it's saying, go to that front end folder, do the npm install, do npm run build, and copy the dist folder, copy the contents of the dist folder into this project. Let's see. So you're on the front end, you're able to do your thing. You can do the npm run dev. You're still, I hope I haven't changed it too much, but in order to get the security piece, we're going to try this. So in the back end, I'm going to do mdm spring boot run. And it's going to go. It's doing the front end command. It's doing the vite build. It's building. It's started. Now let's see. Let's go and see what happens if we go to the root.
So the view TS. Oh, wait.
Okay, so now we're back at the root. The front end, though, is trying to talk to localhost 80. Actually, this will still probably work, except it's trying. Let's see. Hello, My name is Deshaun. Oh, we got that null. We'll figure that out. Right, we've seen this before, right? More tools, developer tools, and I'm pretty certain. Oh, failed to load resource, SSL protocol error. That's interesting. Okay, let's just. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna say let's clear. Let's go here and let's clear that real quick. I'm just curious as what we're gonna see here. I should be authenticated. I'm good. Hello, my name is Sean, and failed. Okay. Oh, it HTTPS localhost 8080. But I know what to do here.
So this was what I was getting it. This was the error I was running into on my end.
So here's what we need to do. This is the short version. Is what we can do is we can, for our backend, it's just going to be slash. Like it's not we're not calling another server. We're just calling an endpoint. So we're both in the same spot. I think that things are wired together, but right now it's saying, oh, I've got to go make this call to some other place, and it really doesn't. It's just going to be root, this same context, slash, but I want to change it so it's not, so question get isn't on the root. So let's change it so that our front end isn't trying to call some other server. It's just trying to call in the same context slash API. So can you make that change? I'm going to make that change here so that whatever context we're at, right? This is our root context. Whatever context we're at, in order to call the backend, we're going to go to slash API slash question get. Sound good?
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to make that change on the backend.
Wait, can you say? I apologize.
Yep, no worries.
I just put slash API or localhost
Nope,
API?
no local host. We're going to stay in the same context.
Okay.
So just slash API slash question get. I don't know how you're going to handle that in the front end.
Okay.
But that's what we want. That's where we're going to put the endpoint because now we are in the same context. But I want to move the backend stuff. I want to move the Spring Boot controller. I want to move it out of the way because you're the front end. You're building that root context. You're building all the UI. And typically that's at the root. So we're going to put that at the root of the context. I'm going to just slide over the API so that all the API endpoints are in one spot and they don't conflict with anything in the root. So I'm going to do that here. Actually, I'm going to, this is working. So I'm going to hit Control C. I think that did what it's supposed to do. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say get status. I'm going to say get add backend. Get status again, just because that's my default.
So I need to have my backend running.
And front end pulls dest. Okay, so now we have it working. Now we're connecting the dots, and let's keep going. This is fun. We're so close to having our security. We still haven't done the conversation piece, but we're very close to having the security piece done, and it'll never take us this long again if we follow the same pattern. So I'm feeling good. This is fun. So I'm going to go make a quick change over here. I'm just going to change where this stuff lives. So what's going to happen is the Spring context is going to get loaded first because I've got this API endpoint. So I'm going to put this REST controller. I think all I have to do is like a mapping. I have like a default. I can put on this REST controller, I can put like a slash API. Is that it? Is that all I need to do? And then everything else just shifts over to slash API. Let's try it. Let's try it and find out. Let's do this. I think I can just go here and run this without doing all of the build. Boom. Let's go look. I actually have an endpoint on the back end where I think I can go /actuator health. Let me make sure that I'm still healthy. I am. And I think I can do actuator mappings. Maybe I don't have that enabled. But let's go to API question get. Okay, it failed. It says 404 not found. So I didn't do that right. Let me go look. Let me go look at the documentation. I don't remember off the top of my head. And I'm embarrassed, but not really. Like, I am a Spring developer advocate, and I should know these things. But in order to have them top of mind, you got to do them all the time. So that's what I'm trying to do here, is I want to make it so that when I'm doing things, I'm able to do it quickly. I want to have it top of mind. I want to be more like Dan Vega. I want to be more like Josh Long, that they have these things at the top of mind. But I don't right now. It's plain as I don't have these things at the top of mind right now. So I'm going to go to Spring Boot, and it's actually Spring Web is where we are. Why? Web. Where's the, not Webflow, not Web Services. I just want Spring MVC. Is that just in framework? Let's go here and learn, reference, web on serverless stack, REST clients, Spring Web MVC. Let's do this at REST controller, not Kotlin here. Controller, there's the Git mapping. There's a way to set the default. I just don't know what that is. Git mapping, post mapping, request mapping. There it is. Now I'm doing REST controller. I could do just regular. I'm gonna leave it. This changes, and it's just request mapping API. So I'm going to stop it. I'm going to restart it. I think I've done everything I need to do to move it over. Look at this, Smith. Thank you so much. Absolutely in Spring Framework. Thank you. Like it's cool that this community, that everybody that's here has been so helpful today. Like, you know it, and that you know it off the top of the head. Like, I want to be like virtual high five. Thanks. It's fun. Like, the stuff that's at the top of my head is just, it's slightly over. We drew this picture earlier where like, hey, here's where I play. The red line, this is where I play. I kind of play over here. And yeah, Spring Boot stuff is over here, but I just play in this area a little bit more. And we'll play over on this side. Like, right, there's a lot of things. When we say full stack, when I say full stack, I mean from the mobile app, from the front end, from the mobile app that most people are going to view these things on, from the front end all the way back to the Raspberry Pi that this is going to run on when it goes to production. That, when I say full stack, I mean full stack. I mean from that client, wherever it is, to this edge node, wherever it's going to be. That's what I say when I say full stack. Yes, anyway, you can add request mapping. That was exactly what I was looking for. I think there might be a delay. You are way ahead of me on that one. So this is fun. Thank you. I'm happy that you're here. Make sure you're here. Hit the like and subscribe. Do those things, because we're trying out. This is fun for us. This is new. We're just getting started. So this is only episode 2. And I'm having a blast. So I think that when I restarted that, I think now I have, thank you, Smith. I think now I have this endpoint will work. It looks like it's working. It looks like it redirected, and boom, I have it worked. So
That's great.
my backend is now on API question get. So in the front end, so I'm going to go ahead and commit this. That was a simple change, right? This is one of the reasons why we love Spring and Spring Boot, because these types of the abstractions, the patterns that we have are consistent, right? Smith knows that. He has it on top of his head or her head, right? So I've made a change. I'm gonna do a commit. I'm in a good spot. Git status. I've just made one change. Git add dot git commit. What I did was request mapping to move to /API. Good push. Cool. So now, where was it in the front end? And I don't know if this stays this way or not, but in the front end there was a view chat view this where we had this URL. I think that this just wants, we want to replace this with /API. I think that's it.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is my uneducated guess. I went into the components, I went into the chat, and I went to chat view, and I replaced the HTTPS localhost 8080. I just replaced that with /API.
That's correct. That's what I did on mine as well.
Is that right? Okay. I'm gonna undo my changes. And did you commit it?
I'll do that now.
Okay. This is fun. You know what? I'm gonna remove my screen. I'm gonna put you back up. I want to see it. For some reason, when I'm streaming and trying to watch the stream on another one, like my quality is bad. I'm gonna ask the audience, like, can everybody see? Is it crisp? Like, can you see it? Can you see our text? Is the font big enough?
All right.
All right, so you're committed?
I am.
I'm gonna do a git pull because I'm committed.
Perfect.
All right, we have changes. Now let's see. Let's see if what we've done connects all the dots. I'm gonna go into, the only thing I need to do here is go into the back end.
One sec. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna do mbnw spring boot run, and what this is going to do is go. Actually, I'll put my screen back up. I'm doing it, and what I think that it did was it went out and it did the npm run build in the front end folder, and then I think that it copied all of that output into my Spring Boot build, and let's go test it out. That's all that I've done. So and remember, our authentication is already in place. So if I go over here,
After you pull the latest commit, that you do another npm run build so it updates.
yeah, my Spring Boot.
Oh, it did it?
Yeah, my Spring Boot POM, right? We're going to validate, but what I expect is, because in here, let me hide. Because I'm in here, because I don't want to have Node installed. I don't want to have NPM installed. I want to make sure that I'm using the versions that you're using. So what I've done is here, when I do a run, it has these different phases, right?
Oh, perfect.
It's going to run my plugins, and what it's going to do, it's always going to say, hey, that's where the front end lives. It's always going to make sure that I've got Node and NPM, the right versions. And then it's going to do a NPM install. And then it's going to do an NPM run build. And then it's going to copy those resources over. And it's going to put them into my build from here. So it'll do all those things, and then it'll copy the contents of that dist folder into my project.
Perfect.
I think. That's what
We'll
I think
find
is
out.
happening. That's what I think is happening. So we did it. Let's see. I'm going to do one step I'm going to go here and I'm logged in, but I don't want to be. I'm going to try to log out. I want to sign out because I want to show that we have our security added. We didn't have this last week. This is one of the things that we did today. So now I'm going to close this. I'm going to close these other things that the things that we made along the way. I'm going to close them all. All right, there's our reference implementation, right? Let's go to localhost 8080. I feel like I should be redirected. Ugh. Oh, I didn't clear out my stuff.
Nothing on the front end is checking for authenticated right now.
But because we're hitting 8080, yes, we've got Spring Boot as our container. Spring Boot is handling that security. And it realized that I already had a session. So I'm going to try to clean this up again. I'm going to go over here to first. I'm going to say in my settings here, I'm going to go to application. I'm going to say clear site data. I think that's all I had to do. Then, because I'm already logged in, I don't want to be logged in. GitHub.com. I want to make sure I log out. Oh, I'm not. All right, so I'm logged out. I had to do that clear site data. So clear site data. And now, when I go here, I don't have any session. Hopefully I don't have any cookies, right? That's all good. Good. Now when I go here, it's going to say, I don't know who you are. You got to authenticate.
Perfect.
Yay. Now I'm going to do the things. I'm going to say, hey, my name is Deshaun. I love what I do. And this is a fun way to start a Friday. I'm going to grab my password from over here. I'm going to hide this because I don't know what that'll show. Boop. And I'm going to log in and it's going to say, oh, hey, are you sure you're Deshaun? Let's authenticate. I'm going to send something to your phone over here. Let's go and authenticate and confirm those digits. And I confirmed it. And now I'm in. So we authenticated. We secured the whole app, the front end and the back end. That was the tricky part, right? When you're in microservice, how do you do that? Spring Cloud Gateway is the way that I would do it in a microservice architecture. But I didn't want to get that complex today. I wanted to get through. So now we just moved the dist, the production bits, the compressed stuff that you would take to production. We just moved that into our container. The thing is, we're going to have a Spring Boot container in production anyways, right? For the backend, it's going to be there anyways. Why have two?
Right.
When we just put it in one. We're in startup mode. We want to get to production. And also, this is kind of easy to maintain. Right? We're staying on the same page. We have our SDK and NRC. We know that we're using the same versions. We're using the same build tool. So our pipelines, we only have one pipeline now, right? Last week, we had to have a pipeline that was going to build the front end and build the back end. And then we had to figure out a way to bring them together, which we didn't do. But this week, we're in a better spot. And I'm actually going to show you one more thing. We're here. Let's see if it works.
That is the question.
Hello. My name is not Frank. My name is Baba Lou.
Ooh.
This is good. We're talking to the LLM, the powerful, friendly, friend LLM, and wow, today has been so much fun. Do you remember my name?
This is working.
We're now secured.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got to fix this part.
Yes.
How do we get that session? How do we get the information to get this?
Well, that's my question. After we authenticate, is the backend receiving anything?
Now, watch this. When I hit this button, I'm going to show you the only thing that we've got. And Spring takes care of it. So there's no backend. We don't have any persistence of anything right now. The only thing that we've got, if I go to Developer Tools, is a session. Oh, look at this. It does. I do have a .com user.
Okay. Well, that makes it easy.
So I need to grab it from the session.
So that's going to be the name though.
Right. That's the GitHub profile. And that's all I need.
That's all you need? It's just the name?
Yeah. I can use, the way I'm doing it on my end is just doing github.com/username.png.
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Okay, let's go. This is great.
It's great. All right. So let's see here.
All right. So while you're doing that,
I guess I need to pull down your backend changes.
yeah, you can. Let's make sure we're all committed. This is
Yeah.
great. Again, it seems like, oh, these are such little things. Hey, Smith says it is good and visible, feeling like an over-the-call debugging session. Right. This is, again, we're teaming up. That's what we're going to do here. Is every week we'll come up with new stacks and how do we integrate, how do we build fun things, but hopefully they'll be useful. But yeah, how do we do that? And we're always going to we'll have a GitHub repo. Let me, share that. But we want to build new stuff. We don't, how do I say this? A lot of times in order to kind of get value, you got to go from the beginning, and we'll do these streams for a week, we'll spend on the same thing. And that's hard to consume. My goal, what I'd like to do is have these where we come in, let's pick some things, let's glue them together, and let's build something and have it be done. That would be great. I want to make these easy to consume, but with different technologies and different fun things. That would be ideal. And then, okay, I want to cover it full stack. I want to do it all the way tip to toe. So right today we're using Docker. Maybe next week we use Kubernetes. Maybe next week we use one of the free sources, or maybe we just deploy something to GitHub Pages. Right? Let's do the end to end so you can take things to production, because that's a good place to be. Right? We want to cover all the bases. So I'm going to make sure that I'm checked in. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this. We're not using that right now. Right? The whole thing. We're going to do it all. This is great. What I'm going to go do over here, I'm going to hit Control C. Git status. We're in, right? We're git pull. All my stuff is in. I've been making small changes along the way. And fun fact, Smith, if you would like, or anybody like, I'm going to give you the screen, and I'm going to let you work on getting that avatar, and I'll put it in the chat. Anybody that wants to play here, that wants to see and play along, you can do this work with us. Or you could take it afterwards if you're watching this later, but you're here live. We're having fun. I want to put, this is our repo that we're making changes to right now. And you can see that. Here's where we are. Feel free to come in, and pull requests are welcome. If you've got code that you would like to see added to it, we're going to scrutinize it, but pull requests are welcome. So while you're working on bringing that avatar in, you're going to get the .com user from the session. Yep. I'm going to go and try to bring in Redis. I'm going to add Redis to our stack so that we can keep this conversation history, because right now we're just using an in-memory chat history. So every time that we restart, I got to tell it, hey, my name is Babalu. It won't remember it when I come in. It won't remember who I am. I want to tie these things together. So let's see what we can do.
Will you remind me of what was it?
It was
web user?
Hold on. I think it was .com user. I will start it back up again real quick. Spring boot :run. Actually, I'll grab the screen. I'll show hey, here we are. Just starting up. It's doing all the things, right? This is not the loop that I want to be in. Is the hey, go build the front end every time. I don't want to be in that loop, and I don't have to be in that loop because I'm using Spring Boot. I can just start my service. I can just go and I'm working on the back end. I can just hit this button. I can start the back end. I can stay inside of my IDE, but I'm doing a little test. We're going to go here, localhost 8080. I'm already authenticated. It's going to be oh yeah, I know who you are. But I'm new. I'm new here. right? I'm authenticated, so my user is in the session, but hey, what's my name? I don't know. See, we lost your memory because I restarted, but
Yep.
we are authenticated. Boom. If I go to developer tools, here it is. Let me slide this
.com
over.
user.
.com_user. Can you see that?
Yes.
This is a good idea. Add a repo link in the video description. Good idea. Thank you for
Very
that.
good idea. GitHub
I'm glad that you're here.
user, right.
All right, so you have that. I'll leave that there. It says logged in. Yes, that's a great little thing. And I'm going to jump. I'm going to put you back on the screen.
Yep.
And I will. I'm going to try to add Redis, and then I'll review. I'm going to do it with Docker Compose. Now, I know that I've done this before. So instead of me like figuring it out, I'm going to go and look at another repository that's already pulled in this with a Docker Compose. And
I need to pull down your changes.
is that this one?
It says I'm right. So have you not pushed up anything?
You have all my changes. All my changes are committed.
Interesting.
What happened?
Well, I just did a git pull since I thought you did that, and it's not got anything for me.
Hey, Harpreet's here. Welcome. Hey, you're not late. We can do a little recap. But first, I'm going to have Will go to the backend.
I'm in the backend folder.
Go up one, go to the root of it, and do git pull there. And now go into backend. See backend, and now do the mvnw spring-boot :run.
Okay.
Hey, happy Friday to you too, Harpreet. As soon as I get Will up and running, I'll do a quick recap of where we are. You're not late. We're happy that you're here. It looks like it's working.
So to explain the earlier error, the view TSC is basically doing a TypeScript check prior to the build, and that for some reason that's what's failing. So by removing it, we've just kind of entered the Wild West a little bit.
Okay. Hey, that's cool. That's cool too, right? Who hasn't done it? Who hasn't done that? Do you want me to write tests? Right.
So what do I need to go to? 8080?
Yeah, localhost 8080. Localhost 8080. And this is going to hopefully ask you to authenticate.
Oh, wait.
All right.
Why am I Deshaun?
Wait, what does it say? No. It says owned by. So that app that you're authenticating with is owned by me.
Yeah, but I'm saying authorized Deshaun.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see. This is awkward. Let's see what it says here. So scroll up. Let's see exactly what it says.
Feel bigger.
That is weird. Stack of the Week by Deshaun wants to access your account. So you're authorizing me.
Okay.
Because you're logging in. So yeah, I can change the scope of that so it's not as scary. Oh, but why did it go to service worker?
That is the question. But so now I should be able to go to application, session storage,
cookies.
Cookies. Oh, it's cookies?
Yeah, it's stored in a JSession cookie. There you go. There you go.
Well, then I need to get that.
You are authenticated.
Mm-hmm.
This is good. So wait, does that mean that's a cookie? Is that a separate cookie for .com user?
Yeah, it's not. I thought it was part of session storage, so I'll need to update it to.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah. Thank you, Byron. Got it.
Let's see. View access cookie data.
Oh, look at this! Look at this! I pushed fixes for the TS errors in that other repo if you want to reference.
Thank you.
That is awesome. All right. What fun. All right. I'm going to put this back up here. I'm going to see. It is a happy Friday indeed. I'm going to, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I was trying to bring in Redis. We're going to use Redis as our store for keeping these conversations. I don't have to have a user store. I'm letting GitHub be my user store. Let GitHub do the authentication. And I'm going to trust that when GitHub sends me authenticated user, that I can use that user ID. I can use that, and that'll be my key, right? Because I'm only using GitHub. I won't get any duplicates. There will be no collisions, so nobody will see anybody's data, and we're going to be in good shape.
Are you meaning to be sharing your screen?
Nope, I'm letting you share your screen, and I was just talking. And I'm going to do this /ban. Yeah, just doing a little cleanup here. We had a little bit of spam, and I'm just going back since our moderators aren't on. And you know what I should do? Byron is on YouTube. I was going to say, yeah, we'll have that happen. But I'm going to, I think there was one other spam that I wanted to get rid of. And I think we're all taken care of. So we're good. This is great. I'm going to now try to add Redis vector store to our equation. And I'm going to remove the in-memory. I'm going to remove the in-memory advisor and switch it to a vector store advisor. So let's see what happens. I'll do my best. Not that one. Where is it?
Okay. So, I'm in the wrong thing. That's
yep, I'm looking. I'm trying to find some other code that I wrote. Had a little example. Maybe it's on this machine.
Okay.
It's around here somewhere. And I called it Ollama Teamwork. I just don't know where I put it. Because I had somebody validate it. Actually, I don't think I got it working. Oh boy, I don't think I got it working. I don't think I did it right. I ran into an issue, I remember, and our friend Timo, he was in kind of the same space, but I remember I had to remove a dependency. I just don't know where I put this. I'm gonna go peek at this other computer real quick. I can't hear you, so don't say anything really important.
I don't have a ton to say that's important.
I'm gonna see if I can find it in IntelliJ in recent projects. Oh, it's in Deshaun Dev. It was in Deshaun Dev. So what I like to do, one of the things I like to do, the way I organize things is I like to have GitHub orgs. So we're putting everything into GitHub /stack of the week. So that stack of the week, that GitHub org, that's where all of those lie. And in my machine, all of the stack of the week repositories are in fun stack of the week and then the repository. That's my pattern. So I have a bunch of orgs to kind of bundle those big A apps together. Bundling things and grouping them is an important piece. But also, you got to remember where you're. So on that machine, I'm going to go here, pwd, cd fun, Deshaun-dev is where it was. Oh, I remember my passwords. I don't remember my passwords. Let's go into this Ollama teamwork. I don't want to do passwords either. And let's look at this compose.yaml. And all right, we got to, okay, so this will give me a, oh, let's see if there's a new version of Redis out. Who was it earlier that was asking about Valkey? But yeah, we're gonna use Redis, Magnivio. We're gonna use Redis. And I'm going to just grab this little thing. And I'm going to add that here. I should do it in the same way. I should do it in the same way. So I'll try here. I'm going to make some changes to our Docker Compose. First of all, I'm going to rename it because it only needs to be refactor. Rename needs to be compose.yaml. So I'm going to make that change. I'm now giving us a Redis service on top of our Ollama, and we're going to, so I'm going to stand up Redis first. Let's make sure that works. I have to fix my entry point. I think that this will work. But this will make a Redis data. I'm gonna ignore our Redis data so that we don't want our persistence information. We don't want that going into our GitHub repo. Redis data. So if I do this git status, if I do Docker compose up, let's see if it works. It works. And in our Redis instance, Redis is an in-memory data store, but Redis also has persistence. So we're going to set it up so that Redis does snapshots and it'll do an append file. So we're saving things in multiple ways, but it's going to do that automatically so we can keep some of the history. When we restart, it should know our names if we do this properly. So I've got Redis. I should start up Redis Insight as well, which is a way that we can view the data inside of Redis. Because everybody's got like a SQL database viewer, they got a Postgres viewer, but Redis has its tool that allows us to go inside of Redis. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to try to grab that real quick. Oh, the other thing I want to do is I want to see what's the latest version of Redis, because Redis, I'm using milestone versions. I'm very comfortable using milestone versions. So that's the real world. This is what happened last week. When the real work calls, then I got to pay attention. So give me 1 sec. Okay, perfect. All right, so I think I'm good there. Tasha, I'm going to get to that. I have everything that needs to go into there, and I will get there. I have what is. I'm going to do this, but I'm going to write a note like, okay, can I send, I'm going to put I got to do the work. I'm going to say in an hour. Or I'll say before EOD today. And Tasha's supposed to be resting. She's not supposed to be working right now. So bear with me. This is fun. Love it. Yes. All right. Okay, we're good. Whew. All right. So here we are. I'm working on the back. I'm pausing. I wanted to go and check with I want to see what's the latest version of Redis. So I'm going to do that real quick. Again, n-0 life. But let's go take a look at Redis. How are things going on your side?
I am currently trying to figure out how to access the cookies in a view way.
Okay.
So I've got a library that I'm using that was already installed through view use, and I'm just now trying to access the data.
Okay. One of the things when we're live streaming, one of the things is like, think out loud. I'm in the office right next to you. Like, just think out loud what you're doing. As I am, just think out loud what you're doing, and that's going to help. Even though I might not answer, you're talking to yourself. It's a way that we can learn from each other. If we were pair programming, like if we were both sitting at the same keyboard and monitor, we would do that same thing. Hey, next time I'm going to do this, and I'm typing in, I'm going to do this, and you're going to say like, oh, try this, and we're talking. We want to communicate. The communication piece is what makes us go faster. Yes, we can be async and we can do git commits. That works. But communicating, humans are pretty smart. And the more we communicate, the more we have that shared language. And that's how we're going to get faster together.
So, I like it. Sorry, sometimes I get silent when
I know. And I'm just going to ask you to practice, and I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Call me, like tell me, hey, what works? How are we going to make this go better? And even when I'm heads down doing something over here, I like to hear what you're doing.
So largely, I'm just troubleshooting. There's APIs within the browser for session and local storage, but I don't think the same thing exists for cookies. So I'm just trying to figure that out.
Okay. It looks like 8.02 or 8 milestone 02 is the latest version according to the Redis Docker Hub. So I'm going to stick with that. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to remove the in-memory advisor, and I'm going to now flip on, oh, no, I was going to do the Redis Insight. Sorry. I'm going to back up and add Redis, see if I can add Redis Insight as well. It'll be easier for everybody. It'll make this easier. So if you want to persist your Redis Insight data, yeah, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to copy this. I'm taking the Docker run command, and I'm going to say, hey, ChatGPT, can you convert this into Docker Compose service? I'm gonna let it do that. Of course, I could figure it out, but I'm gonna let it do it because it's the same time. This is how we leverage AI. This is how we're gonna leverage this tool that we're building. We're gonna leverage it to do the same thing. I honestly don't want to be training ChatGPT. I want to have this locally. I want to use Llama 3.2 that's sitting on my Raspberry Pi that I'm running here so that I'm not giving away answers, giving away stuff. I don't want to train somebody else's data and pay for it either, right? So I'm grabbing this. I've got a new service that I can add, and this I think will automatically configure itself.
I'm stumped.
Okay, let's think out loud. Let's figure it out together.
Well, so I'm.
Oh, look at Harpreet. Harpreet's right here. He says, "Can you use JS cookie library?"
I wonder if they have a.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh, and he continues to give. Harpreet is a giver. He's got some code that he threw into chat here. Import cookies from JS cookie, export default mounted. He's got a const here for my cookie, mycookies.get, my cookie name, get cookie by name.
I like this.
Yeah.
We're currently using TypeScript. Do you know if this library will work with that?
All right. Look, Harpreet. Look at this. Like, Harpreet, this is why I'm a big fan. And I appreciate you coming in. Smith is here. Smith says, was that a stack of RPi 4 compute modules? No. I have RPi 4 modules here. I have a stack of them. I believe this is the stack of RPi. Let's just take a look. I am a Raspberry Pi enthusiast. These actually have never been opened. Right, the tape's still on it. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to leave them closed. Oh, here's one that's open. Okay. These are Rockchip modules. So I lied to you. These are Rockchip compute modules. But let's go back to the other one. What was the other one? The other one was, I'm using a, here, I have a blog post that'll show all the details. But I will show it again. It is a Raspberry Pi 4 with a cluster hat. And those are Raspberry Pi 02Ws or 02s. Let me find it. Where is it? Here we go. So I'll put this in here. But thank you for noticing. This is a blog post. It's old, but it's similar, if not the same hardware. And yeah, there's a picture of it. So it's a Raspberry Pi on the bottom. This whole thing is like $150 or less to make. It's a Raspberry Pi 4, which has, I believe, 8 gigs of RAM on it. And then there's the little hat there. It's called the cluster hat. And I'm using version 1.5, I think. It's in the blog post. 2.5. And then on top of it is 4 Raspberry Pi. These are 02. I think these are not the W's. Yeah, these are not W's. These are just 02s. So this is a different cluster than what's in the blog, but it's set up the same way. And then a case. So what I've got here is I've got for $150 max, depending on what you pay for the case, is I've got this as set up. I can run it as a Kubernetes cluster. I can run it as a Docker Swarm. I can run a lot of really interesting things that's multiple nodes of like a distributed system. So I can have resiliency, I can have failover, I can do some orchestration, moving workloads to where they should be, all here. But there's a link to the blog post. And maybe in one of the future episodes, we'll talk more about that. Again, this is Stack of the Week. We're talking about all the things from end to end. And yeah, thank you for noticing. Thank you for asking that question. I appreciate you. And Harpreet says, I have sent the same sample code on Discord. All right. And Harpreet's in our Discord. So you should be able to see that. All right. Did you send it to me or did you send it in the channel? I don't see it. Harpreet, I don't see where you sent it. Maybe I'm missing. Or maybe he sent it to you. Oh, stream chat. Over here. Got it. I think. Wait, you're on? Yeah, we got it. Here, this. So that's what he pointed to. Okay, I think I'm following now. You let me know if I'm confused. There's the code. I think that we're in a good spot. So you're trying to find out, hey, is this going to work with TypeScript? You're still working on that.
Yeah, well, so I tried the JavaScript library,
Uh-huh.
And it was not.
That wasn't
like
working?
the cookies are empty. At least what it's pulling.
Okay, let's
I'm trying to lean a little bit more into Vue.
All right, I'll let you keep going. But think out loud. What I'm doing is I'm trying to set up Redis Insights so we can view our our Redis database so we can have some idea of what's going on. I'm going to set up some volumes here so I can store the Redis insight data. And it'll restart unless stopped. I got a container, and we'll use the Redis insight latest. I feel like there's a way to configure Redis insight to automatically connect. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Is there a way to configure Redis insight via Docker Compose to automatically connect to a Redis instance? I feel like I had that in place, but it might have just been a oh, yep, there. It did. All right, perfect. Redis. So we're going to make it as easy as we can so that I'm going to put this here. And I've got an environment. I'm saying Redis Insights Connections default. I'm going to connect. The name is Redis. Oh, we'll call it Stack of the Week. Default name. Yeah. And then the default host is Redis because it's the Redis that we're standing up. And the default port is 6379. I think we're in good shape. So that's slick. I'm going to Docker Compose. I'm going to try to do this again. Docker Compose up. So now I'm bringing up Redis Insight. Oh, it says, okay, LinkedIn is having problems. Maybe we went over the limit for LinkedIn. Yeah, I think LinkedIn only supports 4 hours. And that's okay. That's cool. Hey, we've been streaming for 4 hours. I know. I'm not done a live stream for 4 hours very often, if ever. I think there was a few way back in the day where I was kind of late and stayed up late. But this is great. So I'm continuing to move forward. I have stood it up. I'm going to check. I'm validating that I've got a Redis stood up. So I will hit localhost 5540, and I do. Oh, and then I have some questions here. I should probably just redo this, or maybe I'll have you do it after I check it in. To avoid automatic execution when adding Workbench plugins. Okay, I'll do that. Optimize your experience. Redis Insight uses third-party tools. Select the usage data. Yeah, I care. Like encrypt, install or enable system keychain to encrypt. I'm not going to do that right now. I will show notifications, and I have read and understood the terms. So I'm hitting the button, and it didn't automatically set it up. I wish it did. Why didn't it? What did I do wrong? I'm going to Google this real quick because what I'd like is to just have a really nice, all you got to do is Docker Compose up and you have all the visibility of stuff. I would like to have that for you. I want to give that to you. So I'm going to try. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go like Google. Docker run Insight in cluster with default connection. Can I do that? And Redis Insight. Here's the documentation. Oh, can't find it. Redis Insight. Let's look for Redis Insight. ENV. Here we go. Let's go see if we can find the environment details. Redis Insight, RDI streams, debug, release notes. I would like to find the documentation. Okay, let's go back here. Release, I'm looking for a way to automatically configure Redis Insight to look at my Redis database. Automatically discover that use standalone connection type. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's got a chatbot built in? What? I'm going to hit Control F and END. No.
That's fine.
Browser, profiler, CLI, tools, streams, search, Redis Insight API, only for Docker. If you are running, you can access the API from here. Maybe this is not worth the effort. It has all the support. We can see everything. That's cool. But I'd like to... What's RDI? Redis Data Integration, which allows you to connect to a RDI management plane. Wow. There's a lot of stuff that I need to relearn. But here's what we're going to do. I'm going to add a Redis database. I'm going to auto-discover. No, add localhost. Host is Redis. See, I don't want you to have to do this. I want this. Database alias Redis. Let's test the connection. Connection successful. Okay, we're good. So I've got a tool. I would like to configure it so that it can work better. But once you configure it, we have it set to save. That's great. I got some notifications here. That's fine. So I have a backend. Oh, Jonas. And you know the protocol. When you come in, let us know where you're joining from. How are you? It's good to see you. What we're doing, this is kind of a new thing. We're doing Stack of the Week, and I'll reset. I didn't give Harpreet a review while Will is working on the back. I'll jump back and I'm gonna take over the screen. And I'm gonna give you a update of where we are, perhaps. Last week, here, this same time, we've been streaming for about 4 hours. Last week, we made an application that allowed us, it gave us a little chat. So the stuff that's in the black here on the screen, it gave us a little chat with, in the back end, we had Spring Boot, we had Spring AI connecting to Ollama, and we used a in-memory conversation history. So all we did was like, hey, when you're up and running, it'll keep track of what you're talking about, your conversation, just like you do with ChatGPT. And this is kind of our reference, right? ChatGPT. But what I don't want to do, I don't want to give all this information and train the ChatGPT model, but I would like to have all this stuff here. So when I have a conversation, when I'm talking about this, when you have a follow-up question, it takes all of that previous context and it uses it. That's a valid feature. So that's what we did, but we did it with in-memory. So when I restarted my app, I lost all that conversation history. So what we're going to try to do this week, because somebody asked, this week we said, wouldn't it be cool if you could open that up to multiple people, right? And everybody could have their own chat history and their own conversations without crossing the streams. So the first thing that we did, we reswizzled. Last week we did a front end and a back end folder or repository. So this is what it looks like. This is all the stuff. We're going to do it in public. So last week we did a front end and a back end. We used ngrok to be able to access each other's computers, and yeah, but that became a little bit much, especially if we want to put security over everything. So as we were thinking about what we're going to do, we knew that we needed to do security. And what we did this week, we set up Docker so we could stand up Ollama. Then we pulled things into one folder. So in one repository this week, which I think is a better way of doing things as we go forward. And you can jump in. So we have a backend folder, which is where the Spring Boot stuff is. And we have a front end folder, which is where the Vue and shadcn lives. And what we've done since then, we've added, so that we changed the way that we're working. We're doing it live. We added Spring Security. I think that was the first thing that we did. We added Spring Security. It was super easy. We added a single dependency. We added we made a GitHub client and secret to do it. That was great. And we authenticated everything. But Spring Boot was running on port 8080 and our front end was running on a different port in a different context. So while Will was working on fixing a bug with the build, I said, if we get a build working, I can pull it in to this Spring context. So the Spring context, which has Tomcat in this case, we can just take the static front end, the JavaScript, the HTML, and we can pull it in. So I did that step. So that now, even though we're in two different folders, we have a plugin in our POM file, the front end plugin that goes and it'll build the front end, do the dist, it'll grab that static output, like the stuff you would take to production if you were just running into a container, it puts it into the Spring Boot app, into the static folder, so that now everything's just one container. It's just one server that's running. Everything for that part runs in 8080. Harpreet's got some, he's watching. Jonas says, awesome, I did something similar using Discord channels as chat threads a while ago before Spring AI existed. I wonder if I can simplify my setup with Spring AI now. Ooh, that's awesome. Like, yeah, please share. Harpreet says, and then use Vue cookies in any component.
So I am using Vue cookies.
Yep. He says const my cookie equals this $cookies get my cookie name console log. Like, see if you can get the value out of that cookie.
Cookies. I'm going to try it. So they had me injecting it initially.
Okay.
So I'll try this method.
Okay, Jonas is here, and he says, look, I like bundling my Vue projects in Spring Boot too. Like, he does the same thing. Dan Vega was here earlier today, and he was like, yeah, Dan is also a Vue expert. And he came in, and he was kind of like, yeah, I know a thing or two about combining these. So I feel like we're good. Would you do it different? Because we had options, right? We could have just made this one directory, one top level folder, and then had all of the front end stuff in here somewhere and had it build in this project. But I thought it was too confusing. Like, what do you have any advice? Like, is this an okay way of going? Because right now, Will, I'll draw this. I'll go up here. Like, Will in the blue here, this is where his expertise lies, right? He kind of front end back to the back end. I kind of like stay behind, the front end, and I go back down all the way down to the Raspberry Pi. But between the both of us, we've got expertise that we think will cross. I said earlier, all the way from the mobile app and the UI in the mobile app, all the way down to the Raspberry Pi where these things are going to run. I'm wondering if you can hear the lawn folks going on outside. It is like 25 degrees outside, and
they're still doing it.
Yeah, yard work. It's wild. But I'm glad that you're here. This is fun. So that's where we are. You're all caught up. Harpreet, thank you so much for the tips. We're working through stuff. We're not scripting. We talked about what we're going to do next week, but we honestly haven't met since last week, and we're going to do this live. Like, part of it is I want you to see how we work through things. I want you to see, like, you don't have to know all the things, but it's good to kind of get a sense of what are they doing and what are the problems that you're facing, understanding how we can bring things together. That's what we're going to do here on Stack of the Week. We're going to try to bring things, learn from each other, bring things together, and build things. But it's not scripted. It's live. If you've got questions, you got feedback, we can pivot as we go. So now I'm adding things. We've got our security in place. We're authenticating. We're trying to make it so that we can go and grab that avatar for the authenticated user. Will's working on that to grab that username from the cookie. And I'm going to, I just added Redis, but I'm also going to add Redis Insight. I just did that. We're using Docker, but I'm adding Redis Insight here as well. Let me hit this button. Boop. All right, we are, I feel like, in good shape. Jonas says, I have played my front end, or I put my front end next to my Java folder in source main front end. Okay, I've seen that pattern of, yep, I've seen that pattern, and then letting it do the build. Not sure if that's the best solution, but in that repo, we also, many other modules, it didn't make sense putting it anywhere else. Okay. Another good point, right? If you've got that mono repo and there's a bunch of stuff, maybe you don't want those folders to be away from each other. You want to keep it in that little A bucket. That makes sense, modular. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. I think what I'd like to do is make it so that going forward, we keep everything into a single GitHub repo. But then out of it, yeah, inside of that GitHub repo, we'll have some flexibility. At least keep it into a single GitHub repo for now. And today we're using Docker to bring things up. I'm going to put Will back on the screen.
Yeah,
because,
I'm hitting my head against the wall a
yeah,
lot.
that's okay. We have friends. I think I know what my next steps are. So I'm going to put you on the screen, let you think out loud for a little bit. I'll be quiet, and I'm going to try to commit some changes. Let's see if I can get this vector store in place.
All right. So I guess, Harpreet, you had the suggestion of using view cookies. I am using view cookies. I'm using the method of using view cookies here in the app, mounting the app, and then I'm injecting cookies into this component. There's no get all method with the view cookies, and so I have to use a specific key in order to get what I need. Initially, when I would use .com user, I would get a null value. I'm currently troubleshooting. One of my thoughts was, if I'm looking in the cookies for this app, the domain that the cookie is associated with is GitHub. So what I wanted to do to check is to see if I pull a name that's using the localhost domain, since that's where we are, on the off chance that I don't really know. But I'm not having any luck fetching a cookie property. Get rid of all that.
I grabbed a screenshot because I don't have the automation set up the way I want it to. So I'm going to take a picture. Hopefully that'll help us get through. I'm up.
And it does appear that, when I check out the cookie object, I see it seems like the app is using it correctly. It's just not seeming to, I think part of my, what are we using the cookie for? Largely just so that we can update the GitHub user.
Did you say the cookie was GitHub?
Yes.
No, the cookie is HTTP localhost 8080.
Not on my So this is, I'm using localhost 5173.
Oh, here it is, the domain.
Yeah.
I see, okay. The domain of the cookie is GitHub. Okay. Interesting. So
What I'm wondering is if,
maybe,
because I've not set it via the app, I'm not able to get it via
yep.
the app.
So maybe it is in the session.
Well, we tried the session. When I look over here in session storage,
Yeah, is there anything?
It's empty.
There's a, so I didn't do the session storage. There's a session cookie.
Oh, here we go. A HTTP only cookie can't be used from JavaScript.
Wait, what does it say?
This is not Bajogus at all
Not be
in our
yes.
conversation.
Yes, that's Jonas. Yeah, he says a HTTP only cookie can't be used from JavaScript.
So,
First question was like, what are you going to use the cookie for? What we're trying to do is, you want to show your cookies?
yeah, I'll show. So we're trying to just use it to pass in a GitHub username so that we can grab the avatar image for our avatar component.
Smith says, is there anything inside $cookies?
There are methods, and so I'll show you that now. So it seems that right here, let me do setup.
Says cookies.keys in the dev console might get the list of items, right?
Let's try it. Got nothing to lose.
Yeah, like we're learning. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I had to pull information from
From a cookie.
cookies or from a session. Like, yeah.
Yeah, normally I would have a backend that does this for me.
Yep, and that's okay. And maybe we'll do that. Right? We have we have Spring Security already, and yeah, we have Redis, and we can store session data inside of Redis. Like that's also an easy hook.
Keys is empty.
Wait, keys is
Yeah, when I tried to do cookies.keys.
okay. And that's the site. Like HTTP only cookie can't be used from JavaScript. So maybe that's the
Yeah.
answer.
Back to Harpreet,
says,
what he's saying
it
is
only sent from client to server by request. Harpreet says cookie.keys will give all the cookies
key for localhost, which is none. Well, it should be JSession. According to this, it should have JSession ID.
Yeah. Why doesn't it?
I don't know. But
Okay.
the fact that it's HTTP only.
Where's oh, that's a checkbox there.
Yeah. So that makes it seem like we maybe need to come up with a different solution for accessing.
Okay. So let's do this. I know on the back end that I can, Harpreet says you can test this by adding cookies by the dev tool. But I know that I can do this. I can get an authenticated user. I know that I have it. I have a Spring session. I think that I can get it and I can add it on API user details. I think that I can do that. Let me try that. Let's see, because it's fine, right? There's a ton of ways that we can do this, and if we're right now limited by this session, we don't have to solve that problem. We just have to, yeah, get our MVP done. So let's pivot. Let's try a different way, and let me see if I can. I'm going to create an endpoint, and in that endpoint, I'm going to provide a new endpoint called authenticated user, or I'll just say user, API/user. And all you're going to do is get. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to do API/user. And what I'm going to do is public.
I agree, Harpreet. I much prefer the backend doing the work of
I'm going to
authenticating
return
users.
just a string, a single simple string. All right. So it'll be the username. So I'll put username, I think is what I'll do. So just to try to be a little bit more clear in what we're doing. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to return GitHub.com.
I shouldn't have done that.
So this I'm faking the funk, but I'm faking the funk in order to get us unlocked, and I'll figure out the nibbly bits. I'll figure that out later. So what I'm doing is I'm moving your hard-coded front end piece to the back end, but I just hard-coded WF nulls
Great.
on the back end. But I'm going to commit this change real quick so that you can run it, and when you authenticate, it's going to go, but you're going to ask for /API/username. And we're going to let the backend handle it because it is Spring that has that context. So this is what we're going to do. I'm putting this into the chat here. We're going to put it onto /API/username there. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do a get status. I added a ignore. I'm going to go ahead and add my compose YAML. I think I can do this. I don't think I changed anything else. I'm feeling pretty comfortable. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a couple of commits here. I'm going to do git commit and rename compose. Git status. Git add backend compose. Git commit. What I did there was -m added Redis and Redis Insight. Add Redis and Redis Insight. Git status. Git add backend. Git ignore. What I did there was ignore Docker volumes, git status, and then the last thing I did was git add this, git commit -m. I added add /API/username endpoint. Hard-coded for now. Boop, commit, git, push. I pushed my changes. I'm going to do a git pull just to make sure I've got all your stuff. And I'm good. I'm feeling good. You've now got an endpoint. Oh, there's some errors that happened. An error occurred. Wait a minute, then try again. We're running into problems. We've been on here for so long that our connections, our multi-stream is not working. We're running into errors. So now Twitch is behaving poorly. We're still streaming over on Twitch, which is great. But yeah, it's not getting all of our messages. That's okay. That's okay. So our friends that are over there at Twitch, like, hey, we're glad that you're here too. So I've given you now an endpoint.
Great.
Now the Redis Insight is done. I'm going to continue to pull out things, but let's see if that works. All it's going to do is it just gave me the WF nulls. And I'm going to go, what I'm going to work on is I'm going to pull out the chat memory advisor or the message chat memory advisor. I'm going to try. Oops. I didn't want to do that.
Git user does not mean anything. Use auth store.
I didn't do this right. You know what? I don't think I did this. So I think I was confused. I think I dreamt up that I had this done before, but I don't think I did it before.
Okay.
Security user. I have kept you here, Will. If you've got other things, I know we're getting to the point where the kids are coming home.
They are.
So if you've got other things, we're good to take a break.
Okay.
This is fun. Like, I'm having a good time. This was fun. You want to take a break? Do you want to call it a day? And we've been here for 4.5 hours.
I probably, it's responsible of me to take a break.
Hey, I get it. That's a good thing. So we're going to be, speaking of responsible, we're going to take a break here. This is fun. We're doing front end, back end. We're doing all the things. We hope that you come back and join us next week because I think we'll plan on doing it same time next week. And we'll keep on going. We'll keep on going with this. We'll get this to a better state. And yeah, we're good. Thank you, Byron. Speaking of being responsible, we're going to go and delete our GitHub app. So let's just go and do that because I put keys, I put them into the GitHub repo. We'll change. Jonas, thank you so much for coming. But we're going to do this. We're going to be responsible. We're going to go over here to github.com and we're going to go and delete this temporary app that we had created. And that was fun. Like the security piece was still, that's big and valuable. I'll be honest. I'm going to stream for a little bit longer.
Okay.
But all I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get that username in.
Okay.
Too. So I'm going to leave this here as my reminder to come back, but I'm going to stream for a little bit longer. I'm going to get that username into my conversation, and we'll go from there. Because I had you spinning your wheels. I didn't give you a good way of getting that username. It's my fault. So I'm going to take it on my shoulders to make sure I've got an endpoint that gives you back an authenticated user, a username that we can then go pull from. Will.
Thank you for your time.
Will, no.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you for your time. This is fun.
This is fun.
Yeah, this is great. And I'm going to keep on going. But I hope that you'll come back. I hope that you'll continue doing this with me because this is great for me.
This is great for me.
We're learning. I like that we're having conversations and we're getting good feedback from everybody. So it's fun. So I'm going to keep on going, if you don't mind.
Please do.
I'm going to just do one little, I just got to do one more thing. How many times have I said that to myself?
All right.
Just got to do one more thing.
You'll be here till midnight.
Yeah. And I'll keep going. Thank you so much for joining.
Absolutely. Thanks
and I
for
look
having
forward
me.
to seeing you next week. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Take care. We'll talk to
Later.
you soon. So we're doing stuff, and I'm gonna do that, and here. So now we're just gonna pick up. This is great. I just pulled Will in. I pulled him in, and I was like, "Hey, just come join me. It'll be fun." And we streamed for 4.5 hours, and we both have kids, but most of my family, took a trip. So I got at least 30 more minutes, or about maybe 30 more minutes before the rest of the family comes home. So I'm going to just keep on going a little bit. And Smith here says, how do you provide the username? Is it from HTTP sessions? So let's pick up. Let's just keep on going, and we're going to figure this out, right? Because we have a front end app, we have a back end. Like, how do you do that? Like, what's the right way? And I'm sure there is a right way of doing this, but let's figure it out. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump this way. I'm going to go back to this different view if I can find it. I'm going to put myself down here. I'm here. This is my reminder to go and clear this out, but we're going to go do one more step. We're going to go here. I have this over here. I'm going to move because I think I have some security stuff over here. Wait, I don't need to do it over there. I can do it right here. I think that I have in one of these, let's cat the user user service. No, one of these is just going to say, like, give me that authenticated principal that we get. I just don't remember where it is. This one converts, because this is a Vaadin app that I did. This one converts the principal. That's it. Cat the user authenticated. It grabs that OAuth 2 user. No. I come in with an authentication context. And in that authentication context, I can get an authenticated user. And what I'm doing is saying, hey, give me that as an OAuth 2. This is what I'm going to do. So is this OAuth 2 user? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And then the name of that OAuth 2 user is right here, user.getName. So, but we don't have a user repository. We just need the name from it. So watch this. I'm going to leave this here. I'm going to come back and refer to this. The first thing is I'm going to inject the authentication context into my controller. And I'm doing that just like this. So let's go over here. I'm saying, I'm going to just grab this private authentication context. This is what I want. I should have that. Oh, well, this is the problem. That's a Vaadin authentication context. I don't want that. It's just my Spring Security context, right? Let's peek. Thinking out loud. If you got thoughts, you have ideas, like, fantastic. Why is this button so small? Something happened here. I need to just make my screen a little bit easier to see. That's exactly what we're gonna try. We're gonna try to get this from the Spring Security context. That's the first thing that we did today. From that Spring Security context, let's get that username and let's throw it onto an endpoint, on an authenticated endpoint. And like, I don't need to go here. Let's just go to spring.io and let's go to the Spring framework and let's hit learn, because the docs are great. I shouldn't have to do anything. Security context. Authentication token. Let me find where I'm at. No, not token. Authorization. No. User destinations. Oh, it's just this. I can pass in that principal. I don't even have to inject anything. I can just go like this. Here, I can pass in principal. So that's what we're gonna do. We definitely have this one. But I'd rather have like the Spring Security one. Message handling. Where's? And I'm looking, and I'm sure there's a nice way of doing this, but I'm trying to. I know that I get that automatically, but I feel like there's like a. Oh, no, I get it. This is the interface that I think we are using. So it's going to be a Spring Security principle. Oh, look at this. Harpreet again. Authentication principle, OAuth 2 user principle. I'm going to trust you 100% because that's what we do. But this is why this is so much fun. We're going to, instead, down here on our user, we're going to say at authentication principle, and you called it an OAuth 2 user, and we'll do that same thing. Principle. I'm going to change it. I'm just going to do OAuth 2 user convention. So instead of doing this, I think that I can just do OAuth 2 user dot get. Is it that easy? Was it really? Did I send Will on a wild goose chase? Could it possibly be that easy? Well, we're going to find out. So Oh, you said principal.get attributes. I think that the name is, we'll go take a look. Here's what we'll do. We'll do this. We'll do system, just for now. Don't judge me. System.out.println. Principal. Oh, what happened? Oh, what happened? I lost my screen. Please hold. Oh, my screen disappeared. I hit some weird combination and everything went blank, and I panicked. But you think that the get name will also work? Okay, then if you think it'll work, then we'll just do that. I was gonna just go print out the attributes, see what we can see, but let's try this. Let's make sure that, hey, I've got Redis here. I still am using the in-memory advisor, but let's see if we authenticate, if we get this username. That's the Docker. So let's do this. Go to Backend, and let's do nbnw spring boot run. And I should have just done this in the first place. It's not that I had a session store. I was thinking about, oh, there's a session store. We don't have a store. And we're not using a store. All we're doing is grabbing from the session and sharing it. Now, if we used Redis for our session store, then it could be distributed, right? And that'd be valuable. But that session is going to get copied across, and we'll be okay, right? Or will it? Or is it just? We'll see. Maybe we'll revisit that. So here. We're up and running. Let's go and check we're going to go to local host 8080. We're going to be authenticated. It's still grabbing Will, but what we want to do is, let's see if we get API user name. Oh, what did I do? Let's see. Nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? Right, this should be, oh, because I put an API username, right? It's just this. The API gets handled up here, the API part of it. So let's do that again. Boop, boop. We'll do it again. Hey. I'm going to do one quick little thing. No. I'm going to keep track of notes. Here we go. We're adding one simple thing. And I said I was just going to do this I was just going to add this one endpoint and we'll be done. Just one more thing. I just need to do one more thing. Let's see if we can just do one more thing. Oh, username. That's not username. That's some ID that's close to username, but that's not username. So let's see what we did here. I did a find by username. I went here and I grabbed this. Oh, so I was just putting that ID in there. Oh, it's login. Get attribute login. Maybe. So here's what I did. If I didn't find the user, then what I was doing, I was setting that name in there. Oh, and I was also getting that attribute of the avatar URL. Ooh, I wonder if we get that. No, I had to do something special. So when I did the authentication here, I had to change the scope of what I was requesting from the user. So when we logged in, it just says, hey, you're going to give your email to Deshaun, like the owner of this profile. And when I did this one, actually here, I'll just show. I had to do something. Let's go up, and I just want to show, see in resources. In this example, cat, it's probably going to, I'm going to just slide over here because there's probably a key in there that I don't want to share. I'm going to just take a look. Oh, there's no key, right? There's no key in there. Okay, good. So I had no keys. I was smart. That's the way I should have done it. But what I did here, here's the redirect URL. I added this scope so that I could read the user and I get the user's email, but I think I had to do the user email in order to get that avatar URL. So let me think about it. Maybe I can connect the dots while Will's not here. Yes, Byron, just over here, just one more thing, just one more thing. That was my best Columbo. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna add this to see if we can get that stuff. I know I said just one more thing, but I'm gonna add this here. And this just goes in our properties. We're just making a simple change so that when we do spring.security.oauth2.client. But it's not registration, is it? Yeah, it is. Client.registration.github.scope equals this. Whoops. Read user and user email. So I'm asking for a little bit here. I'm asking for a little bit more. Will can build the URL for the image so long as he has the GitHub username. Yes. Or I can just pull it. I'm going to try this. It's going to be the same all the time, right? I'm going to try it this way. Right, it was some GitHub user avatar URL, and then you put in the username. That's where it lives. So maybe I don't need this. Maybe I should leave that. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just do it. Let's leave it the way that we were doing it before. You're right. Thank you for being the voice of reason. So what do we want to do different? I don't want to get the name. I wanted to do get attribute, get login, right? What was it? I think, no, not that one. This one. Let's see what that does. So again, Harpreet, you were right. The name, it was an ID that didn't work. So let's try this. Let's try that. Fingers crossed. I mean, how bad could it be? But together, there's been a bunch of little tips here today that have been really, really valuable, really helpful. Let's go back here. We're going to ask for our API username. We are already authenticated, and there it is. There it is. So now, let's see if I can go and figure out how to fix it on the front. I'm gonna try to see because he just had his hard-coded name in there. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do git pull to see if he's got any other changes. No. And what I'm gonna do is then go over to the front end, and I'm gonna try. I hope he appreciates this, but I don't know. Where it might be. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to do this. Find in files, WF nulls. Here we go. Right here. I need to get the value from that endpoint. So how did I do it? Harpreet says get attributes will have avatar URL, name, email, and HTML URL. That's awesome. But we're just going to pass this up. Either way, it's same, right? Either I'm passing up the whole URL or I'm just passing up the name, right? It's, yeah, same. I think. I say that, I think. So how do I take this, how do I replace this with the value that I get? I'm going to go over here. In one of these components here, I had the chat view. We had this URL, and then we grabbed the URL. And we got the response. So we got some data from that URL. And then, oh, it was JSON, but we're not doing JSON this time. Oh, does this thing expect JSON? Do I need to return it as JSON? It's asking for JSON. So let's see. Where was I a second ago? I was in user avatar. So this template, I want to put something here. No, up here, right? I want to put something up here that gives me a username. I'm going to try to muscle my way through this. Fastest way is to fetch the username in the component. Am I in the right spot? Yeah, I'm in the right spot. I fetch it here. Then create a computed value for the URL. You'll fetch text by default. So can I do this? I'm taking your code, and if I'm in the wrong spot, const res equals await dot fetch slash API slash user name. Oh, not await dot, just await fetch. Am I like this? Do I close it off like that? And then const user name equals wait dot text. I think these are I'm just following instructions here, and then computed URL string. Wait, just log this username for now. Is it console.log username? Do that. Let's give that a try. Now on the front end, in order to build and get the security and stuff, I got to do both, right? No. Because if I just, so this is me like trying to figure out like, hey, am I making this more difficult? Because I think what I can do is if I go to front end, no, because the slash API will be different. I need to do it this way. So I'm going to do this, Spring Boot run. I'll do it. I'll get these changes. It'll stand up. I don't like that so much. I don't like it so much. But if I go here, let's go back to localhost 8080. I don't see it, but we didn't try to do it. Where's my wait, where's the button that gives me my tools? Isn't it supposed to be over there? Oh, here we go. More tools, developer tools. Let's look at that console, and it spits out Deshaun. That's what we wanted, right? So when we did this, we did our console log username. So can I use this username here? How do I put that into this? No, I think that's what you're telling me. Do I have to generate this thing? So do I need to make computed? Oh wait, const URL equals. Can I just, right? I can just cat this stuff, right? You yell at me if I'm being ridiculous. But otherwise, like again, this is me. I know where my comfort zone is. I'm gonna put this here, and then I'm just going to like cat that username, and I'm gonna put the rest .png. right? Am I way off? Pink Emma, I see you here. I see you here. But what we're doing, and I'm glad that you're here. We've got Byron here helping us out. I think that this is what we're doing. We logged it. The way it is currently written, you have to fully build it. So I'm going to have to do a thing. I think, Pink Emma, you're here. Pink Emma says, I might be embarking on a much larger Spring Boot project than I at first anticipated. And I'm being dumb for choosing to raw dog time leaf with HTML-like fetching for minor forms over going with a dedicated front-end engine. No, that's like, no, Timeleaf is powerful. Spring Boot is awesome. And like, if you want like an engine to do things, we added the JTE. I don't know what it stands for. It's new, but Timeleaf, you can still do the HTMX if you want to generate and pull things in. We can do that. You're not going down the wrong path. Timeleaf is powerful. And I think Timeleaf, because of HTMX, has actually become more powerful, more popular as a way to go to get consistent things moving forward that are simple, right? We're not doing a whole lot of crazy stuff. But yeah, I think you're going to be okay. And I'm glad you're here. I'm not going to share any cookies or tokens or anything. Actually, I'm just kidding. There's a token. There's in our repository right now, there is a key and secret that are available. So let's see. I was lying. But this, Byron says this should work. And later, Byron says we will want a fallback when not authenticated. Now, the fun thing is, because we put Spring Security around the whole thing. So nobody would get to this form without being authenticated. It'll redirect you to GitHub. If you're not authenticated, the Spring Security filter will redirect you over to GitHub to log in. So I think we're okay. So now this avatar image equals boom, colon source. URL. So let's put that in here. URL. Yeah. It looks like we're doing all right. Alt, of course. We have it says Radix view. Hopefully that'll be the right thing. And I think we're ready. Hey, I'm safe for now, and hey, I'm glad that I could help. Harpreet says JTE and HTMX feel a bit low level for my preferences personally. I find HTMX quite challenging to wrap my head around. Okay, we're definitely going to be getting into that. It's a fun time. It's a great time to be a developer. We got some new things to play with and evaluate. I'll be honest, like I'm way out of my depths here with the front end stuff. I've done enough. I've been around enough. I've seen things that could be a little bit dangerous. But part of staying relevant is to stretch. Like the growth happens where you're uncomfortable. So I look at this like my uncomfort, my sweat, my like nervousness. I also know that I'm growing here, and this is fantastic. Byron says you can change the variable name from URL to source, then replace it with. Okay, let's do that. Let's just do this. Right? That. That's a nice little trick to change this to source. Oh, that's nice. Okay, let's try that. I like that shorthand. That makes sense. That's a clever little trick. That's one of those things that you wouldn't know, right? That comes from experience. That's something that you learn from sitting next to somebody else that has done it before. So let's see. Let's see if we now have a user avatar. And Pink Emma says, ooh, JTE looks interesting. Your learning view, yeah, that's wonderful. I am learning view with you. Thank you, Harpreet. Like, this is fun. And Jonas, who is here, and Dan Vega, who is here, like, we've got a bunch of people. Vue seems to be pretty popular, at least in the circles that I'm in. Lots of people like Vue in the front end. we're going to try to see if these things work. Let's go here and let's just refresh. I think we're okay. So we did a refresh. Did anything fail? Let's see our network, our console, nothing like aired out. There's something there. There's a circle there. But wait, let's go back. Let's look at what did we go and get that thing? If I hit shift refresh, I'm going to hit the network. Did I got the username, but, did I comment it out or something? But nothing went to get, nothing went to get the, that responded. So it called to go get it, but nothing made this call. Let's change this to SRC. And let me try that again. It says, are you looking at cached pages? Disable cache. I can inspect. Where's that button? That's this. Like I see the little like circle there, but I don't see. Yeah, I don't see what else is there. Yeah, this was the instruction. Byron said, "Hey, are you looking at cache page? I have disable cache here." Wait. No, that's just that same username. So yeah, I don't know why it's not. Let's try. It gets the username, but it's not doing this part. So yeah, let's try this. I want to see that I'm doing that right. It's going to go rebuild everything. You said inspect the element, click on it so we can see the DOM. All right, let's do that. So if I hit refresh. Oh, wait, did I see? I saw GitHub. Oh, wait, look, that's the URL, but did it call it? No, that's me being redirected back, and then it never calls it. So I'm going to hit I'm going to bring this over here. Here's the button. The button class. Did I do that right? Button class, justify center, this. I don't see where that's supposed to be coming in. Do you? Did I click the right thing? I'm having a hard time seeing if I'm even clicking on the right thing. It's rounded, but I don't see like a source in there. Expand the button. Expand. That's the button, right? Expand the button element. Oh. Is that not? Is there more to expand? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, so there's nothing there, right? Expand the button was the instructions, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Did I do this? no, because what we had before was this. This is what we had before. And that worked. Right? If I revert to this, yeah, this is me like proving like, hey, this will work, and it'll go and grab that. I just need to get that source value into here. Refresh. I expect, wait a minute, it worked a second ago. Oh, is this a CORS thing? Is that what this is? No, because he was calling it just a second ago. This was the source. It was calling that. How come it's not doing it now? Let's do this. I'm hitting the shift refresh. Yeah, how come it's not doing it now? I'm still getting the same thing out here. Why did this stop working? Is it something that I've done up here that caused it to stop working? I mean, I would like to get back to a working state. This is just me. I'm going to check my boxes. Right? This is me putting it back to the way it was. And it works. Okay, this is good. So it's something that I did up here. It's something that I've done wrong. Okay, what did I do wrong? So the first thing we did is we said, hey, wait for that. We know that that happened. And then we know that this happened. We know that this happened. And we also know that this happened. Like, how come, right, our output here, why, and this is me not knowing, did I put a semicolon in the wrong place? Like, what have I done? This is me not knowing the space here. If it's a CORS error, it should say in console, right? Yeah, it's not, because we're coming from localhost, so it's not going to be a CORS thing. So that worked. We saw that worked. But now, when I want to put this source into here, and what we thought we could do, and what our IDE says that we can do, is just do this, src. And it even says like, yeah, I get it. That's what you're trying to do. We're good.
Hey,
What's up? How you doing?
good.
Good. We're just doing one more thing. Oh wait, so is this
What's this?
here? That's just a webcam.
Is it a camera?
Yep, it's over this way. Yeah. I'm gonna wrap up here, and yeah, I just gonna do one more thing. Is that all right? All right. One more thing.
I'll
So
play one on Fortnite.
so this right here, it says Morton, who I think new to chat, it says, I think the problem is source is not a reactive variable. Ref, I think you should either fetch the data in onMounted or use something like useFetch. Jonah says, try change the source variable to a computed URL. I don't know how to do that. You're going to have to. So it's just this. Const source equals computed. This. Is that what it should be? I think source must be a view reactive component and not const variable for it to work. Possibly. I'm asking. Oh, Byron, thank you so much. We're so close. We're not 100% sure. Byron, I'll ask it. Did I do this right? Can I do that as computer, or should it be like this? That. I hope I got that syntax right. I would need to test myself if you have the source available. Like, this is it. Yeah. Family time is definitely coming. Jonas, I'm going to make a commit here. And actually, there's commits already there. This code is available. You are free to pull it down. And we're having fun here. So this takes a lambda that returns a string. I think that's going to be it. And don't forget to push code. So let's just do this. I'm going to test it first. I'm going to do this because I know that I didn't do that computed before. So let's let's do this. Let's test this and see if this works. We're going to give it a try. And then I'll push it. Like, what could possibly go wrong? We're just doing one more thing. So I'm authenticated, but we're hoping that this changes to my picture. And we didn't get a picture. So something stopped. We don't have anything here. Did I remove? I removed the log. Source is here. So that didn't work. But you know what I'm going to do? Hey, did all of our redirect authentication stuff. That's good. I'm going to hit refresh one more time. Yeah, it doesn't work. So I have this. I'm going to look at the elements. Yeah, there's nothing there. And I'm going to commit this carefully. I'm going to carefully commit this. Did I do that right? Like, is that how I'm supposed to concatenate a string? Right, I can do this. I'm going to say console.log username. And then I'm going to do this. I'm going to say console.log. But this won't be a string, right? This will be some source dot. Well, let's see what it does. Oh, do I need to import computed? Can you do that for me? Add import. Like, do it for me. Like, where's the button? Hello. Yes. I want you to do that because I don't know how to do import computed. Maybe that's what we did wrong. We're gonna try this one more time. Is it possible? Is it possible that we have it? Let's try. What? How bad could it be? So this time we're gonna log the username. We're gonna log this computed value, and we'll hit refresh. This is a good sign. We're being asked to authenticate. I'm being redirected back. I still don't have it. Oh, so here's this. Like, we have a computed value. So we have stuff, but wait a minute. What's this S here? Oh, does that have to be a computed value too? Okay, so that it looks like we're close. It looks like we're close. If I go over here, do we call? Oh, I wonder if it's because we are calling that GitHub username. I'll bet you that GitHub username endpoint is authenticated. Let me just quick look. Here we did this. Let me do this. Let me refresh. No, it's not doing it. I got my console on. Clear. Okay, so this is not right. So there's something here. So I think that's hey, we did the import. Can you just check the generated URL once? Oh, is that the problem? Is that I'm logging it here, and I've already done that? That might be. Let's try. I think that's what you're saying, right? It's like, oh, I already got the value from that computed value. Let's see. I think I follow you. Nope, that wasn't it. that was it. So we got authorized. We came back. We're good, but it's still not doing. So I think maybe I need to do something here. Okay, so instead of doing this, could this just be wait, no. Could I put res.text here? Will that work? No, it's already saying no, like, hey, there's something wrong. It says unused constant username. Well, maybe. Will that work, do you think? You don't need to do source equals source, or whatever the variable name is, like source equals variable name. Oh, so yeah, that's just, that source, I think, is referencing this value here. I think. So we're going to try this again. I'm very comfortable not knowing the right answer here, having never been here before. We're going to try this. And this is me like trying to unwind some things to see if I can get the right value in here. How hard could it be? And I only wanted to try that because when I logged out the source, it had that S in there, and that S didn't look right. I wanted to see my username. So that's what I was told from the experts that have been here earlier. So Icon is like, hey, this is too cool. Yeah, you're seeing like the chasing down issues. That happens. It's okay. We're making progress. It's always 80-20 rule, right? This shouldn't be this hard. You know what? You know what though? It doesn't make it any easier if I pass in the full URL, does it? Right, because if we go back, and it's going to be the same, half of one or 6 of one, half dozen of the other, right? If I go here, source, main, Java here, and I'm in my controller. If I made another endpoint here, and this is how I'm gonna try to get to production. If I'm gonna go here and I do this URL, and I'm gonna bring this string back, I'm gonna get the address. Harpreet in chat said I think it's avatar_URL. We're just gonna try it. We're gonna try it again. I don't know the answers. I don't know why it's not working, but I do know that I want to get to production today. Avatar URL. So here on this URL, I'm gonna say avatar URL. We're gonna see if this works. Like, what could possibly go wrong? It couldn't be, right? So this is from Harpreet. I was listening when you said that. And I thought that too, but we thought all we needed was a username. So Harpreet says, inspect username endpoint from Chrome DevTool and what the response from the backend. Oh, so in the username endpoint, I only was returning the login, that value, that attribute. So now I'm thinking that I'm gonna return, let's go see if we get a URL value back, right? From API / what did I call it? Avatar URL. Look at, I get a different URL. But does that URL, let's see if I can use that. Maybe there's like a redirect or something that we weren't handling. Let's see. So now my backend is giving me an avatar URL for the same authenticated user. So let's go back up here and let's do this. Avatar URL. And let's try this. No, let's just try this. Wait, do I have to do this computed value? would this just be return res? And that'll give it to me? It'll take us a couple seconds to find out. So first, let's make sure we got a URL. That's cool. We're authenticated. That's good. Let's go here. And oh wait, I got an avatar URL. That worked. I got that response back, but it still didn't populate here. So it still doesn't go and call. Watch. I call to that avatar URL endpoint, and I get the response. Let's see, is that going to give me my URL? It does. Await computed. I'm just throwing those here. res.text. Let's try that. We're here. We're still stack of the week. We're still authenticated. Let's see what we got. Still nothing. That's a bummer. So it's getting that. So let's go old school again. I'm in a world. Inspect the DOM. Look for SRC. Okay, let's inspect. We're here. We're going to the elements, right? Wait, what is this? There is no SRC. Right? So await computed, just throwing stones here. Inspect the DOM. All right, I think that's what I'm doing here, right? Source is the directive. I don't know what that means. DOM breakpoints, properties. I don't see a source, but this is where I want my image. Yeah, we're in the right spot. It's definitely got to be in there. That's where my stuff should be. But here, I'm going to slide this over. Like, do you see anything in there that says source? No, I have a class. All I have is a class. I don't have a source element. Why? Okay, not the variable name, right? So, but I thought this was it. So let's just try. Let's do source equals variable name. Let's try. We thought we had a shortcut. Let's do source equals. I'm going to change this to just for my giggles, SRC URL. But then it's to say we're not using it. Oh, no. Why? Oh, it should be this. It should be the colon. There. Now it's saying, okay. Boop. Let's try it again. I booped it. Let's see. All right. I can search. We're going to try this. Thank you. And again, it takes these extra eyes to do it. I can't tell you how excited I am. Like, we're having a good day. So let's try it because it's a directive. Here we go. What do we think? Is it going to work? it's going to work. Like we're going to get it to work. I'm not going to use that one anymore. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to say localhost 8080. So close. Like we see, it's just right there. It's so close. It's so close. Developer tools. Hello. Refresh. Why can't I see the this? What am I supposed to do? Hello. There we go. We're here. It only has a class. It doesn't have the source. Yeah, we're all right, so let's look again. So what we had before was source equals this. If I do this, this should be, we have to get that computed source URL value in there. Could I just do this? No. Okay, I don't know. So this is a view, right? This is our user avatar.view. And what we're doing is we have these components. So let's get this done. View avatar component. Let's go step back. I don't know if that's one. I don't know which one of these ones we're using. I don't know which ones we're using. Here, maybe this is just view school avatar component. Links. No, I don't want to go there. That's a rabbit hole. I'm not getting sucked in. I want to find like the view docs, view avatar npm. Is that what we're doing? I don't know. Let's see if we can find out in the front end, in our packages. Did we bring in a package for anything? No, we just brought in view. We didn't bring in anything else. So we expect it to just be in this view. So where is the documentation for just Vue.js? Hello, Vue.js. Can you log that URL? Yeah, we can. So let's go here. So here we're going to console log this, res.text. How does that sound? And then we'll also do it here. Let's console.log the source URL. Sound good? Let's just see. Let's just see where we're at. You said no line 8. Right, this, yeah? So don't do this one. Let's see if that works. Use simple HTML image tag. You got a great idea, right? Image source equals. What would I put there? Not source URL. How do I reference that one? Put in the directive like this. src equals source URL. This. Let's try it. What does this say? It says missing alt. Let's try it. I like that idea. Let's see. After line 13, line 12, after line 13. Oh, after here. Put it there. Okay. X here, boop, right there. To see that we're inside of this template if we can access that. That makes sense, I think. I think you need to move it to line 11. Yeah, I think I did that right. Let's take a look. I'm guessing. So I still don't have an image. Let's see what we've got in our console. I have this, and then in here, where was it? Oh, I don't see the URL like we did before. Yeah, before we were seeing the computed URL value, I thought, and I don't see it now. So what am I showing here? Oh, I'm showing source URL, but I don't. I grabbed that, right? I definitely see that. I'm getting the right value. This is all I want. I want to put this value into this spot. This is wrong. Right, we know that that's wrong. This should be, right, that should be that source URL. Let's try that again. We get it. We're still not seeing the URL. Why? Should this maybe not be this? We're just trying different things. I'm making changes. So here we go. Inspect search for image tag in DOM. All right. And then watch the effect console log computed source is source URL.value. Wait, what? On line 7. On my line 7 here, you're saying do this. Watch effect this lambda is console.log computed source, or I'm just put source. No, let's do this. Hopefully this is okay. Source URL dot value. Will that be okay? On line 7. So this is, I was following this, trying to find, hey, watch effect console.log source URL.value. Let's see if that will give us any hints. Yep, on line 7 instead. And this says await computed. Should we try? We're taking feedback. Again, it should be easy. Let's say 80-20 rule, right? Let's see what we got. So now we're going to have a DOM. And here, this says response. We got a URL. Oh, wait, no. That's the URL that we called. And then what? So, wait, what? So this, it logged the response. source URL. This is a response. Oh, so that maybe that is text. Okay. Easy peasy. This is different. Ugh. All right. So wait, now I got a promise here. I got a promise fulfilled, and I have a promise result. So at this point, I got a promise. What I did here is I got a promise result. How is that different? I got a promise result. So this is a promise result. The value of it is a promise result. Oh, it's a promise with a string. Oh, the await can't be on the computed. Oh, don't do that. Okay, we'll try that. It needs to be in the computed, probably. It needs to be in the computed. Oh, like here? I'm gonna try this. Okay, now I'm gonna try this one. I'm gonna ask a question here. Can I just like bring this out and make this compute just this? Can I make this compute await fetch /API /avatar URL? Can I do that? Maybe, just guessing. Computed, async. Oh, maybe that way? Don't forget the async. Let's try it. What could possibly go wrong? We've tried all sorts of things, and I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. But I know what I need. I know how, that I need to get it out there. Oh, what's this? We have something. I have a promise. What? Wait, is it because I put that extra image in there? Wait, I got a bad request from this. I have avatar URL. Ooh. Wait, what? So here. Oh, it made a call to a promise. So there's. Wait, what? Is that because of this? Should it be source URL.value? But it feels like we're doing something. Oh, look at this. We actually have the fallback. That's a good thing. because we're still trying to call a promise here. It's trying to call a promise. That fetch this get wait no this I don't think this should be here. I don't think that should be here. I'm gonna try this. We got a promise back. I want the I don't want a promise back. Well, ooh, they didn't like that. What did I do? I broke something. And it didn't like that at all. It's like, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Oh, so if I'm going to do this, then I need the unexpected reserved word. Oh, wait. So this has to be async. Does it? But I'm getting back a promise when I do that. So I'm going to do this. But it was a promise, right? That when I did the value, it could be this. No. So this is maybe me being problem child. So let's go back here. So the other option was, hey, like do that, and then this would be await res.text. No, sorry, I was missing it. If you do await, you need async, but I thought fetch returned 2 promises. So I would add back line 5. Good. But keep your line 6. ChatGPT, we're trying to do it. Yeah, I could ask ChatGPT. I think value of on source URL is wrong. Value of here. So don't do that. Okay, let's try this. So we added this. We now are doing this await. So do I need an async here? Do I need async here? Wait, or do I need async up here? Like what? Also add the async with await. Add the async with await. So here in the computed, async. Why does it say that? Unused parameter async. I don't. Wait, maybe I don't need it. Oops. Because we're doing this computed value. Let's see if we build. All right, this is what you were saying before. Do that. Nope, so it didn't like that. So this await, it doesn't like this await. This is where we were before. So that didn't, we might have gone down a hole. What was he? Yes, async line 6. Just line 6. Do async. Don't do the computed. So are you saying do source URL equals async await response to text? So this builds. I didn't do anything. It still thinks that it's getting a promise. All right, so this computed value, computed async, like that. No need to do the computed. Oh, you do need to do the computed. Okay, so we're catching up here. We're gonna do this async. Baby steps, baby steps. All right, so now we're not getting anything. We're not logging anything. We get the URL, but we don't have anything. We don't have the CN. So something is breaking, right? Here, let's put this back. Source URL dot value. Just one more thing. That's it. Still nothing there. Okay, so I have a promise. But that promise result is this. All right, so this source URL value is the promise. Source URL. So this is a promise. No, the source URL dot value is a promise. But we don't want that. We want the result, right? We want the promise result. Hey, we're here, we're close. Add backline 7 for the logging. We did. Oh, you forgot the await on line 6. Over here, this thing. I need a wait here. Okay, and then source. So this is, I think I'm matching computed async equals await result in the text. And then I'm saying source is source URL. I'm not sure, but I'm just asking. That's what we think we have here. Is that colon source equals source in quotes? If I do it in quotes, then I don't think it has the same reference, does it? Maybe? Let's see. Maybe that's it. Daniel says, maybe try watch effect async. Watch effect async. Console. Yes, quotes is better. Let's try this. Let's try this, right? It's always something silly like that. I mean, if DNS was involved right now, I would say it was DNS. That's all we're doing. One thing that I'm very comfortable saying is like, I learn more. I wish I was making better decisions and understood this a little bit better, so I knew the changes we were making. But sometimes I just want to get to production. I want to wrap it up. It's Friday. I want to wrap this up and I want to go. We're still getting a promise here. Oh, so you're saying if I did this as a wait. Async, like that. Then maybe this is source URL dot value. That promise, we're going to wait. Okay, so I'm still getting, that's weird. I'm still getting a promise logged out. So even when I put this async here, I'm still getting a promise. Should this be source URL dot value? No, that's not even an option. That's fuzzy. Yep, still. I'm stumped. I'm outside of my depth. I know that we get this. Oh, here, yeah. Somebody said ChatGPT. Hey, what am I doing wrong here? Watch this. Like, why am I spinning my wheels? You know what? Let's do. We've been doing enough with ChatGPT. Let's go over here, Chat Claude. Like, what am I doing wrong here? I'm not getting the avatar image from the URL. Like, what's up? Help me out. There's a few issues. Oh, there's a few issues. The main problem is that computed with an async function doesn't work as you might expect. The source URL computed property will return a promise rather than the actual URL string. You're making the API call outside of the lifecycle hooks or composables, which isn't ideal. Okay, so, here's how you'll fix it. All right, let's give that a try. Oh, so we got to bring in ref and onMounted, and we don't need computed. Okay, so let's give it a shot. How bad can it be, and why didn't we do this sooner? Somebody, I don't remember who it was. Somebody said, ChatGPT. So let's do this. Let's do this from view. Because, like, we should know better, right? Like, then just grab this. See, boop. All right. Why were we wasting our time? Here's the thing. For me, for you, for all of us, like, we have these tools that are available. We could spin our wheels, right? Will left like an hour and a half ago. Oof. And we've been spinning our wheels. Like, why? Like, I'm out of my depth. Why wouldn't I use the tools that are here? And I'm just going to be like, of course, right? Of course it's going to work. All right. And bada bing. Was it Daniel? Was it you? Daniel says, well, I'd like to know that there's a solution, but still give it a try myself. Yeah, because I'm stubborn. But you know what? I went so far down the rabbit hole, maybe this, maybe that I lost track of what I was even trying to do. You know what I did do? I went here and we asked the source and we just used the tools that are available to us and we did it. So here we are. We figured it out. I don't know what any of that means. I don't think I've ever done this on mounted. Again, that's a view thing. I've never done that. But you know what we did do? We now have we're cooking with gas here. Okay, so we have our thing. If you take this and you check, I'm gonna commit where we're at because we spun our wheels on this today and I'm so embarrassed. If only, right? Let's do this. Let's make sure we didn't put any other poo in there. So here, we got our source URL. Like, thank you, Claude. We're good. Back here, one more thing. Let's just do one more thing. Let's, we put the avatar URL. That's great. Now I don't really need, no, I am going to use the username. I'm going to use the username. You know what else I'm going to do? Because we're here. Watch this. I'm going to put this endpoint here too, because we're authenticated. It's okay. I'm going to put this user ID and I'm going to do this user get name. And I'm going to call this user ID. And that's going to give me that 8 number. Oh, the number that was in the URL. So I don't have to do it, but here. When we do the avatar call, developer tools, when I do this shift refresh and it goes and it says, oh, I stopped it. The avatar has that user ID in it. So instead of calling that PNG, yes, I just want a proper closure. I'm just gonna do one more thing. I'm just gonna do one more thing. Like we're in good spot. And I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable like saying, hey, we're done. This has been wonderful. I am so grateful that today has gone as well as it did. I hope I didn't miss any other meetings because I really wasn't paying attention. But we're here. Look at, I'm authenticated. And this little avatar URL, there's that ID. That ID right there, that's the user ID that I'm adding. So I added an endpoint that said /API/user ID in case I want to just get that endpoint. I can go do it for other things. Like I might want to use that value in what we store as our conversation ID. But I'm going to stop here. No, I'm not. I'm going to do this. I can't. I'm awful. My front end works. My front end, right? Our goal today was we wanted to add, we added this piece here. We added our Spring Security. We added Redis. Redis and Redis Insight are there. I can show you that. That here we're in Redis Insight. I'm gonna hit Shift Refresh, and I'll show you that here. If I go here and I change this host to Redis because it's running inside of Docker, and I change this to, Redis, and then I hit this test connection. We're connected. So I've added a Redis database. I've got a Redis database now, but it's empty. But we added, so we didn't like not do anything. We added Spring Security. We validated against GitHub. We're doing that. We're getting our token so we can see that, yeah, I'm authenticated and it's me. We're doing that, not in this one over here. We can do that. Let me go back. And right now it's still doing the, hello. My name is not Babalu. My name is Dashawn. Very nice to meet you. Boop. Nice to meet you, Dashawn. Wait, what? What is my name? How do you know my name? Like, what's going on? You're just an AI. Well, you mentioned your name is Dashawn. We have conversation history, but we're using this one. We're using the message chat memory advisor. What I'd really like to do is use the vector store chat memory advisor. And I don't know this off the top of my head. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna undo this. We are in a working state. Let's clean up, right? I don't need this principle anymore. Let's just clean up and let's commit it and let's be done and we'll pick up. But while you're here, before you go, we're going to do a couple things. Because remember, I put tokens and stuff, and I put that not into the front end code. I put it into the back end code. I put these properties here. I put some application properties here. I'm going to remove those, and I'm going to replace those with $GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret, because you shouldn't put, even though they're not going to be. I'm going to make this, and then I'm going to do like a .envrc template, new file .envrc template. But it'll grab, if you put the GitHub client ID into your environment, then it'll populate it. All right, so I'm going to do that. Cool. And that's just a cleanup. Is there anything else I need to clean up? Let's stop here. Let's go see git status. What else did we change? We changed the service application because we added a couple of endpoints that we can use. We're authenticated, right? We've got security on top of everything. You make a really good point. I believe it's a better approach to bundle the user ID, username, and avatar URL together in a single JSON object. Let's do that. You're right. You are totally right. So let's do that. How might we do that in today's world? Let's do this. Let's do a record what do we call it? You want a user, authenticated user? I want it to be something like, what kind of user is it? Yeah, I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to do authenticated user. I can do that, right? I'm not stepping on anything. And that has a string that has a user ID. It has a string that is a user name. And it has a string that has a avatar URL. Cool. So now I've got authenticated user. So now this is why I let you come in here. You want it to be a user profile? We can call it a user profile. User profile. It won't matter on the front end because it's just going to be JSON, but it's a user profile. So now here, instead of doing the avatar URL, we're going to break things, but that's okay. Is it okay? Do we want to break this right now? How about this? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say @get mapping / user profile. And here I'm going to do a public, I'm going to return a user profile from the same. And I'm going to say that user profile, I'm going to do this, return new user profile that has that OAuth2 user dot get name, the OAuth2 user dot get attribute login, and the OAuth2 user dot get attribute avatar URL. Boop boop. I booped it. There it is. Let's just check that endpoint. Right, this is your recommendation. I think it's a great idea. But you know what? I don't know how to unwind the JSON over here, and that would probably be another half hour. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go in here to Backend. We're going to mdnw spring boot run. We're going to make sure everything still works. Right, I would like to check this in and be done with the day and have everything in a working position. Even though all of our backlog is not done, let's leave it in a good state because you might want to grab it. You might want to grab it and check it out and do a pull request later, right? You might want to take it to the next step. That's cool. That would be awesome. So let's do this. We were using in-memory local host. Oh, I took out the properties. I'll flip this back for now. Sorry about that. We're going to delete this, right? We're going to clean up. We're going to leave it in a good state. But I also showed you how to go and create an OAuth2 app. So let's try that again. We're here. It does the dance. It says, okay, I know how to do that. Wait, what happened? Why did it? Okay, what happened? Localhost 8080. There we are. I'm authenticated already. We're good. We're in a good state. Let's just make sure that API user ID profile gives us JSON back, and it has boom user ID, username, avatar. We'll come back that's where we'll pick up next time. I think that was a great idea, right? I was going on a rabbit hole. Like we know these things. Like make it simple. Stop making it so difficult to show. Oofta, right? So I'm not going to go and unwire that. What we've got. What I would like to do also is I want to fix this Ollama so that you don't have to go in and pull down the model. Or you know what I could do? I could just use the default model so that when you stand, no, you still have to pull it. So we want to do that. So here, this is what I'm doing. I'm going to leave it like this. Nope, I'm going to do this. Boop. I'm going to put this in. I'm going to stop here so that you've got to put these in. Like, I'm gonna say like export GitHub client ID equals, right, your GitHub client ID. Export GitHub. All right, that's what you got to do. Client secret equals your GitHub client secret. If you do that in your shell env, these values will be populated properly and not be committed to that. Oh, there you go. But those ones that I shared that were in there, I'm going to go and clean up. So this is how I'm going to leave it. Let's take a look again. Let's look at what we changed. Oh, we're here. Git status. The application properties. Git. Add the backend source main resources application properties. We're going to add that. We're going to say git commit. Replace ID and secret with env place or env refs. Git push. And then git status. Let's do the other things. Git add the front end. What we did there is we fixed or git commit. What did we do? What did we do here? We just used API endpoint to get avatar URL to use in avatar image component. Oop. Okay, git push. And then let's do a git diff. What else did we do here? We added we did the authentication stuff, right? We added some endpoints. We fixed the endpoint. Yeah. Git add dot git status git commit. What we did was add slash API endpoints for username, user ID, avatar URL, and user profile, which contains JSON for all three. Oop, git push. Boop. Get out of here. There, we're good. We're doing things. I wish it would have gone faster, but I promise you, we've learned some things. Next time, we won't hesitate to use ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, because there's no reason that we should have been spinning our wheels as long as we did. And that's okay. It's been fun. I've literally been sitting in this chair for 6 hours and 10 minutes, but I tell you, I've been having fun the entire time. This is a fun thing. It's a great way. I think it was a great way to start my Friday, and to now I'll wrap up my Friday here. So we're having fun. I hope that if you enjoyed this, hit the buttons, hit the save, because we're planning to do this every week, every Friday. And even if you're busy, which I know that you are, even when you're busy, sometimes it's nice to just have somebody else around doing work. And that's what I want to be. I would love to be that person that's just off to the corner doing interesting things, new things. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two along the way, because sometimes I know I get bored here. I know that I have a hard time doing these things and doing it by myself. So I like to have other live streamers, other people, and specifically over here, my teammates, Dan, Josh, they make me happy. I love learning from them. But also, Greg Turnquist is another one of my favorites. He's always great at doing live streams, and he's usually live streaming when I'm working on side projects. But this is a fun thing. I hope that you had fun, and thank you. Right, that feedback means a lot. And yeah, like let's keep doing it. So I hope to see you again next Friday. We do have spring office hours, I think, again on Monday. Yes, on Monday, Rob Winch is going to be joining us, and we're going to talk all about spring security. So yeah, we'll be here. So spring office hours, take a look, and we'll be back here for next Friday. I plan on streaming more. We'll be around. Thank you so much for coming. I'm going to see if I can do, in Twitch, I was going to see if I could like stream, even though I'm coming from StreamYard. I don't know. I'm going to see if I could raid somebody. I'm gonna try it. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm going to try it anyways. Let's see if this is possible. And I don't know how many people are here on Twitch. For everybody else, I'm just going to try to wrap up, try to do a raid. And let's see. Who else I might want to raid? All right, CM Griffin. I'm going to try to pay it back because CM Griffin is awesome. He gave us a raid the other day. We'll try it. Let's see if I can raid CM Griffin. So my Twitch users, we're going to go. If you want to stick around, we're going to go over there to CM Griffin. And everybody else, thank you so much. We will see you soon. Take care. Bye. Thanks. We'll see you next week. Subscribe, all the things. See ya.